Hey, good morning and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. It is a happy Monday. Welcome, Ender. I see that you are the first one here on the chat. Bust a move. Love that username. I actually like. Come on, fat boy, bust a move. Oh man, good times. 90s and 80s is my favorite decades. Let me get my cell phone plugged in here. I've been talking with a bunch of people this morning, especially my brother Brian Reedy. Brian Reed, you are amazing. Love you, big bro. Oh, there you go. You're already in there. What's up? Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show, guys. My name is Dennis Herrera. There is no hidden message on this channel. Omar, good morning, little brother. Hope you're doing good. Hope Michigan is treating you well. I think you're in Michigan. No, Michigan, no. Tennessee, I think. One of those two states. I haven't talked to you for a bit. Stay thirsty, my friends. Salute to you and yours. I don't know if I showed you guys, but this is the Bluetooth car that Don Mitch gifted me on Saturday, or was it Saturday or Sunday? I can't remember. I think it was Sunday. And it's a Bluetooth. I don't know how to use it yet. I do like the car itself. So big shout out, Don Mitch. Thank you so much for the gifts. Fantastic. Made me feel special, obviously. If you guys were watching my live yesterday or Sunday, it's a day off, but I wanted to go live and spend some time with you guys. You may have seen a clip of the other gifts that he gave me, and I kept those in my car. Obviously, I'm going to put those in the storage until I actually go camping, it seems like. There's a couple of things. Oh my gosh, there's so many things that I want to do, but I got to keep it to what I can actually do. I know you guys miss the suits. It's coming back eventually. It is coming to be summertime here in Washington State. It's starting to get a little bit hotter. I don't have AC here in my home studio slash a bedroom. Hope you guys like my new backdrop that I created. Yes, I have created that. The background that you see there, just to try to kill some of the illusion. That waterfall back there, it is a AI generated mountain and waterfall. I have so many things that I want to do, specifically so that I can share with members. Most of the people that are on my channel, those who become members and become my family, they seem to be around the same age as I am, which I just turned 50, as you guys know. 50 years or older, some of them, maybe in their 40s. And I think that a lot of the people that connect with me believe and feel as I do. We love nature. We do talk about religion and politics mainly. But, we do love nature and we do like to unplug. So I would like to be able to have my weekends for my family, of course. But if I go out on the field and I start, making a video or something, I would like to, if I can go live, I will go live. If not, I will make a video, blog, so to speak, and then we can share it together on a Saturday or a Sunday. Well, it depends on what happens. But just so you know that those things are in effect. The Dennis Herrera Show is a channel that I created so that I can speak my mind. Tired of the people telling me to just take it. And it doesn't matter what the government does. It doesn't matter if we have the right to vote. Nothing's going to change. Well, I got sick and tired of hearing that dumb advice, and I decided to go ahead and do something about it. And well, the Dennis Herrera Show was born here on YouTube so that we can express our feelings, our emotions, but most importantly, to share common sense and do some critical thinking on the issues that are happening today in our country and throughout the world, really. Let's see, who else do we got in here? Do we have Surviving Behind Liberal Lines? Happy 250th birthday, fellow patriots. I agree. Happy 250th. You should be proud of that. I don't think you understand. Most people probably don't understand what that means, but it means a lot more than you think. Jeff, good to see you on here. Thank you for saying hello. Don Trump, how are you? Cap for life, Herrera. Go Cap. I hope it's the good Cap, There's a bad cat that comes in here and talks shit. But you know that I'm going to talk shit back to you, so you better be nice, people. My man in the house. You're probably at work, but thanks for stopping by, being with us. I know you listen to the Dennis Herrera Show podcast, and I am glad that you are here with me. Let me know if you guys like my window with the background. I think it's not perfect. It's not perfect. It's on a little loop back there for the water motion. But just so you know, that is an AI image. The mountains, AI put it together. The waterfall, AI put it together. And it's just in a little loop of motion for the water. But I will give you the real deal. I will give you the real deal. I will go and record these mountains myself, and I will go and record the waterfalls myself, and then I will put that as my background so that you guys can enjoy it. Herman, how are you, brother? Good to see you. Buenos dias. Tanya Zuber, good afternoon, says sister. She is already on 12 noon. She is having lunch when I'm still drinking my morning breakfast coffee. That's right. Sometimes I don't eat breakfast. I try to skip my breakfast. And then what I do is, now that I'm starting to work out again, I do my protein shake. Here I'll be making it probably an hour or so from the beginning of this show. So thank you guys for being here. Why don't we go ahead and jump right into it? And if you guys were here, well, if you guys were with me yesterday, you may have seen the video. But if you haven't, I promise that I was going to show it to you today. And, you know, how many people do we have on here? Do we have enough people on here? How many we got? 120? Yeah, that's good enough. I want to share with you this Navajo Native elder. And I want you to listen to his message. This is something, if you've been following me, you know, for a while now, you will know what I'm about. You will know the message that I'm delivering. And, you know, I consider myself a native Honduran Mayan, okay? Because my father was half black and Mayan, and then my mother was Spaniard, half Spaniard and Mayan. So, you know, we have this, I think I can consider myself a native Mayan. But the thing about it is, it's not that is important. But what is important it is that, you know, my families are native here for the American continent, you know, and you know, we have a similar history of the United States. Well, the whole America, South, Central, and North America have had similar history and whatnot. But, you know, I'm in the mindset of, you know, we all believe on migration. Yeah, you know, we want to migrate. Everybody should have the right to migrate, whatever they want, but they got to have permission from those who are occupying that land. Before the United States came in here with the settlers, just so you know, natives were also migrating within the country. They were not settlers. They were migrating within the country. That's why we have a lot of different reservations with different Native Americans. And some of them are the same tribe, but on different areas. You know, everybody was conquering back in the day, okay? There is no stolen land. It was only, you have to understand something. There was a time where people had to fight for what they wanted, right? We still do on a different level. We have evolved. Our civilization has changed, okay? But everybody had to fight for what they wanted. So there was conquering. There was stronger native Indian tribes who were conquering the weaker native Indian tribes. That's a fact. That's just the way the world used to work back then. And so we have gotten to a place where all these bad things happen, but the people still, they still fought for what they wanted, right? Now, whatever you want to call it, we won. The United States of America is. And so with that being said, I always tell people, you need to learn to assimilate. How do you assimilate? Well, you know, this is the United States of America. And number one, we speak English, right? If you are Native American and you speak a native culture language, speak it. Don't lose it. By all means, practice it, revival it. You know what I mean? That you continue to give that back and keep continue to teach that to the children. I think is a beautiful thing to do. But I've always say this. You know you got to keep you got to accept the culture where you're coming into, and you can still be respecting the culture where you come from. Take the good and leave the bad. And actually, that is a biblical teaching. Take the good from everything and reject the bad. With that being said, I keep sharing that with you guys. And, some people like it, some people don't like it. That's okay. But this Native American, he's a Navajo elder. His name is Wally Brown. And we watched the video clip yesterday. I was showing it on my laptop with my phone. But today I actually have the video that you can actually enjoy and watch. So let me see. I was gonna show you just the part in English, okay? But I'm gonna rewind it and just show you the language. Let me see. Let me do. How about this? Let me do 30 seconds of him speaking in the Navajo native language. Let's see, what the hell happened here? Give me 1 second. I think I moved something here. What happened? Give me 1 second. Oh, 1 second, 1 second. There we go. I want to make sure the flag is in there. Yeah. Let's see. And I am going to leave my flag. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and let him speak about 30 seconds. 30 seconds of the Navajo language so that you guys can hear it. And then he's going to say it in English. Now, I want you to understand this. There's a lot of people today, okay? There's a lot of people today that we call libtards because they want to believe that they're liberals. They think socialism is the way to be. It's not. And so we call them libtards because they're retarded on the ways that they think. They're a little bit slow. That's what retarded means. They're slow, okay? People get offended, whatever. Retarded means that you are slow. Okay, and it is what it is. If I'm slow, then I'm retarded as well. I am retarded a lot of times, so that doesn't offend me. But anywho, I'm going to go ahead and play this clip, and I hope that you guys enjoy it. We got about a couple hundred people in here. Let's listen to this, and please be respectful to the elder, not me, to the elder, and listen to what he has to say. I think it's a very beautiful message. It is legit. I will also recommend the channel. It's called Navajo Traditional Teachings. And you can go to the website, navajotraditionalteachings.com. If you want to subscribe, of course, you should subscribe. I think it's great. But just please be respectful to the elder. And, let's see what he has to say.
Ako even na se tita hanen taas tie. Hajoya te hoben ke hanet olde to hajoya te hobe ke ti kita ni ta bo hone anhandan. Ako na ta ne ke. Ta khu et te go ni le. Ta ne ke ni te go de ya ti hajobe ke ti. Ako shin da ho di kat sa ta te ki to ncho ta te ki shi beta it in olde. Ako e to di ti ta sta ko shi di kat pe ko sta hois net olde. It's been 250 years now coming up that the United States of America came into existence. And over the years, of course, we have accumulated in the 50 individual states that make up the United States of America. And there is a Constitution. There are a number of documents, the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence, the preamble. And all these documents are there for us to review and to really look at and to understand, what is being given to us and presented to us. And all these things happen to us as a nation of people. Now I say us because we are still here. And it is that we are here because the result of what took place back then. And over the years, of course, we have become a people we the people, and we have individual rights that are protected by the Constitution, our individual rights, but it is important to understand that those rights actually apply only to us, and they end right here at the tip of our nose. And we can't infringe on other people's rights, and we can't force anybody as far as the rights that we understand for ourselves. But it is that this is a great country. And myself, my own position is I love the Constitution of the United States. I love the United States of America. And I think I share the feelings of our people who served in the United States Marine Corps during World War II as code talkers. We really don't understand how much those people sacrificed to do what they did, and what they left behind, and what they went to defend. I know from my own experience, when I enlisted in the mid-60s, I raised my hand to the square. I took an oath
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States of America. And I was never released from that oath. To this day, I still feel like I'm obligated to live up to my promise to the American people and to this country. I know that they have had some rough times and had to make some hard decisions so that they could still be here. And our old people, we have a lot to thank. They made a lot of decisions in that would allow us to survive, to be here in this day. And but there are a lot of things that we still have to overcome, a lot of challenges and that are still down over the horizon and coming this way. But it's important for us to remember that which means that if it's to be, it's up to me. That is a very sacred teachings of our Diné, and it deals with the idea of our making choices. And we have always to understand that there are two types of choices we can make, right or wrong, left or right. But it is we've had 250 years to review these things and to learn about them and to learn it in an honest way. If we have a question, we have lots of people we can ask. And I know that sometimes we may not approve of a lot of things that we seem to see going on. But it is always ours, our responsibility, our individual responsibility. There's no way that we can blame anybody. It is our choice. Are we going to be Americans? Are we going to be Diné? It is always our choice. And so it is that we'll be celebrating here the idea of liberty, freedom, and living in the home of the brave. It takes a lot of courage to do the things that we need to do, and it has been the example set for us all the way back from the very beginning. It took courage for whoever set sail to come to this continent. And it takes courage to be able to build a society. It takes courage in that to live up to the things that are right and good. And it is cowardly, sad, and that to push all of this that has happened and has been done aside and say, let's find different something. There is no other different. There's only one liberty. There's only one freedom. There is only one place to have that, and that's here in the United States of America. We'll be celebrating, and I will celebrate. I will salute the flag. One thing that we kind of forget is there's an American culture. Probably some people might associate it with the American dream, but always it is that there is a culture there. But also over here among our Diné, there is a culture. There is a way to take the best from the Diné culture and the American culture and take the good from both of them, because that's the way it is. There's some cultural aspects that are good over here and some good cultural aspects that are good over here. But there's also bad cultural ways and bad cultural ways in both. And so you have to be very careful on selecting and choosing the type of portion of the culture that you can use in your life to do the good things you want to do for yourself so you can have joy, happiness, confidence, and peace. I think another thing that we forget is that Native people understood liberty. It is so very important to allow people to speak their mind. It is so very important for people to believe what they want to believe. And it's so very important to pursue the things that you think will bring you joy and happiness, confidence, and peace, and to do it in the way that you understand it. And I think that Native people understood that. And so they appreciated and expressed gratitude for the environment that was given to them by the holy people, by the Great Spirit. And it is that we have it. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. And it is the only home that we have. I have a lot of faith in this country and its people. We the people. I love this country because in it is the Navajo Nation. And I love my people.
Isn't that beautiful? That's, man, I got tears in my eyes. It is such a beautiful thing. You know, the wisdom, the people that are wise, we learn from history. We learn from our mistakes, and we should. That's the way that life works. We're going to make some mistakes when we're young and foolish, where we think that we know everything. You guys are older now. You're in the 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe a couple of you out there, 80s, right? 40s. You should know that no matter how old you get, every day you learn something new. Now, when we were young teenagers, we thought that we knew everything and that we had the answers to the world, but we didn't. I had a wonderful conversation with my brother, Brian Reedy. He's over here in the chat. I had a wonderful conversation with him, and that's one of the things that we talked about, that we make some dumb decisions when we were young, and we know better now. So we teach our children to do different choices, make different choices in life, so they don't have to go through the pains that we had to go through. Thanks, Green Substance, for that. And that's one of the things that we need to learn. Now, if you don't respect my Navajo Nation, and I've always said this from the beginning of since the beginning of my show, I love the Navajo Nation. And by the way, if you are a Native American in the language of the Navajo Nation, Ayate, that means hello to you from the heart. And I cherish the moment. I cherish the time that I spent with the Navajo people. They are great people. I don't know. It's just me. Maybe I'm biased, but I think the Navajo Nation people are probably some of the most beautiful people out of natives. I don't know. Maybe I have to meet more native tribes, but the Navajo they just don't seem to be like hateful people, violent. I mean, it can happen. It's good and bad in every culture and every tribe, etc. But but I love them. I feel like I have so much in common with them. Now I want to tell you something. You guys saw there on the clip that they're playing basketball. This is the rest. This is the rest. This is how it is. And one of the things I hope that you didn't miss it. He talked about Christopher Columbus. You probably didn't even notice. But he talked about Christopher Columbus coming over to the Americas. He talked about the respect that he has he talked about how it took courage to do that. How it takes a lot to build a city, to build a country. See, the settlers, they had that. And that's one thing that I learned to appreciate. When I was 7 years old, 8 years old, I was in school, and I remember learning the history of the Spaniards. By the way, there is no DNA test needed. I do have Spaniard blood in me. I hated the Spaniards because I started to learn my history. And the first thing that I learned about history is that they came and raped our women, enslaved our people, and that they took our gold and our silver and they took it to Spain, and I want it back. But that's not the way it works. Reparations! Shut up. That's not the way it works. At the same time, when I was learning this, we had a civic meeting. I can't remember what it's called. We had a civic meeting in school. And there was this Spaniard Catholics, nuns and priests, that were delivering the message of peace and hope, helping children. And there's something that happens with me. I don't space out. My mind goes into a different mode. I was learning this history, and I have the images of the violent acts of our native history in Honduras. And I listened to the message of love and peace from the Spaniards. And I go into this place, and I start to critically think about what's happened. And I realize, well, yeah, they stole our gold. Yeah, that's bad. They raped our women. Yeah, that's very bad. They took our silver, and they enslaved my people. That's bad. Where are we today? This is in the 1500s. Where are we today? Here I am in second grade, and I have this hate against Spaniards, and I know what they did, and I see the love and peace message from the Spaniards. And I thought to myself, at 8 years old, I can't believe that we have 50, 60, 70-year-olds, American citizens, and natives in this fucking country that haven't learned shit about life. At 8 years old, I talked to myself. We are a country. We speak Spanish. We can communicate with all of Latin America. We were killing each other because we didn't understand each other before. So I realized that something bad happened, but now something good came out of that something bad. And as I get older, I start learning about my own native history. And I didn't like the fact that the priests were killing our own people, sacrificing to the sun god because the crops were not good, because the rivers had dried out in the heat of the hot summer, killing children. My own people killing us, sacrificing us. My own people did that. And I learned that. It's great to go and visit the Mayan ruins and the temples of rocks and this and that. But let's not forget the reality of it. There was plenty of sacrificial rock and stands, not to watch a sport. Let me be very clear. This little stadium size were not built to watch a sport. They had sacrificial rocks in the middle of this field. This is so that you can lay on it and your chest comes out this way, so that it's easier for them to take your heart out. That was the Mayan culture. Those were the evil rituals that God punished. They're still Mayan descendants, but they don't do that shit anymore, do they? So now we're mixing with other people. Everybody is a mutt in our world now. Everybody. And I've always told people, and this is biblical, you take the good out of everything and leave the bad behind. Our elder Navajo, Wally Brown, said just that on that video. He's not claiming to be, Catholic or Christian. No, he's a spiritual man. But the fact remains, those who want good, those who are wise, will always choose to take the good of this culture and leave the bad of that culture. I agree with it 100%. I am in. And I'm telling you, I love my Navajo Nation Indians. Regardless if they have alcoholism, they have alcohol problem. Asians, they can't drink. It's just in their genes. Our native Indians were all Asian descent. All of them. All of our natives. That's why they can't handle liquor. And there's a lot of drug problems. And there's a lot of human trafficking. There's a lot of prostitution. Because neglectful people in government have allowed criminals to just come through the border like nothing. I respect and honor Mr. Wally Brown, for his service to this country in the military. I am so proud of our wind talkers, code talkers. Our Navajo people have helped us win World War II. A lot of people don't even know that. And yet they cry out, oh, stolen land. Shut up. Stop it. Your stupidity has put our Native Americans in more danger than you ever will ever know. So I appreciate Mr. Wally Brown for that message. I love listening to Native music, the flute, the drum beats. I love all that spiritual stuff, but I don't accept the witchcraft. I don't accept demon worshiping. That's just not who I am. I hope you understand that because, we put this information out there. I put this information out for you, the people that come into my channel. You happen to come in here. 75% of you guys are brand new watchers, viewers. People on the left or people that disagree with my opinions or ideas or way of thinking, they like to go out and make all this fuss and propaganda and smear, all these false claims against me and testimonies and all this other stuff because they're ignorant. They don't have no wisdom. They're just hateful people. It is what it is. Look how beautiful it was, what he was saying. The beautiful music and drums and stuff playing in the background. These people were in here cursing, talking shit on the chat. That's just how hateful they are. They never listen. It doesn't matter if you're showing them or telling them the truth. They don't want to listen. They have been indoctrinated about a bunch of Marxists. And the other thing is that you have millions of illegal immigrants who have come into this country. They are also in the chat sometimes. Probably every day that I come live, to be honest. Some of them are in India and Africa somewhere. They're not even from here. I get people from the UK, both good and bad. I get people from the UK telling us what to do when their country is in shambles, when their people are being oppressed and they don't care. Well, we care about the American people, period. That's it. Just the Americans. So instead of fighting us, what you should do is learn to love the United States of America and hope and pray and work hard to try to get a green card and hopefully become an American citizen. But when you become an American citizen, don't be lazy. Go get yourself a passport. If you don't want to carry around your passport, that's fine. Get your birth certificate if you're born here. If you have migrated into this country, you still have to have your birth certificate, and they will make sure that they put it on your passport saying you were born here and now you're an American citizen. You got to follow the rules of the land. I can't wait to go to Arizona and meet the people of the Navajo Nation. Now, I'm sure that there is Navajo people that disagree with Mr. Wally Brown as they do with me, maybe. Who knows? But a big shout out to Meldon and the Navajo Nation, because Meldon is a supporter of my channel. You know, he's a member. He drops super chats. I love Meldon. I can't wait to meet his wife and family. I'm going to go down there and spend some time with them. I don't know how long, but I'm going to spend some time with them. And I will probably do a live down there if I have enough reception. Who knows? We'll see. We'll probably do a blog or something to give you more details on that. But anyway, I wanted to start off the live chat with that, you know, showing you a message from a Navajo Native American and veteran. And I love this. I love this. There is a part where he made an oath. And I know a lot of veterans did that. If you're a veteran, you made the oath. And that oath never goes away. If you were a Marine, you are still a Marine. There is no such thing as an ex-Marine. And if you're a veteran and you stand against the United States of America because you don't like the president, you are a problem. You are a problem. And I'm sorry for you. I do not watch CNN that often. They get on my nerves. Fox has been my favorite news station now. They're not perfect, but they do give better news than CNN. And that's a fact. It's interesting that people don't understand what assimilation does to the mind. See, Democrats like to bring illegal immigrants or even legal migrants, and they put them all in one little place. They're bringing people from third world shithole countries, uneducated, low IQ. They need all the assistance and help and support. They're not bringing anything of good and value to the United States of America. They grab the dumbest people and they put them in one place so that they can oppress them and continue to squeeze the stupidity and the ignorance of these people and get in their votes. And they're able to do that because there are Americans who allow themselves to be scammed. They cover fraud, like in Minnesota. A lot of people getting busted. Everybody on the left kept telling us, you're lying. There is no fraud. Shut the hell up. A lot of people are going to jail. A lot of people. And billions of dollars. They have been taken from the American people. Democrats have allowed that. They have a problem with the Trump family making money. Shut the hell up. Let them make money. Let them. There were millionaires, billionaires before President Trump was in office. You didn't say shit about Ukraine giving millions and millions of dollars to crackhead Biden. You didn't say anything when Biden threatened the UK. You didn't say anything, so shut up. You're too late. You're like Jerome Powell. Too late, Jerome Powell. Too late, Democrats is what you are. Too late, the zinc roofer. Too late, the zinc roofer. You fools. These guys, these people call me a liar and a fool, and yet they can't assimilate. and yet they support Democrats. They call me a liar and a fool, a sellout, they say, and yet they support Democrats. Who do Democrats support? Illegal immigrants. They support our enemies. And they call me a liar and a fool and a sellout. Really? Is that right? I'm a sellout because I tell people, migrants like myself, to respect the law. I'm a sellout because I tell people to respect this country. Really? Sellout to who? I'm a fool because I love this country? Huh? I'm a fool because I love this beautiful flag? I'm a fool because I love the country that provides for me and my family? What? I'm a fool because I respect the Constitution of the United States of America, which belongs to American citizens? Right. I'm a liar and a fool because I am an American citizen. Oh, boy. Yeah, bring it on, baby. Bring it on. All right, let's go. Let's go ahead and get to our first clip of the day. Iran reconstituted their air defense. What the hell is this about? For some of you guys that don't know, I have not watched this news. So if you are here in the Dennis Herrera Show, welcome. And don't forget to hit that like button on there. This is where I'm going to give you guys news that you may have missed or that maybe you just have questions about what they're saying. And, I'm going to give you a view from a migrant from Honduras that has come to this country legally, thanks to the teachings and moral values and ethical values of my mother. So my opinion as a migrant, as a native, it's all coming to you here now as an American citizen. Isn't that fantastic? They can play the victimhood mentality with me. They can play that card with me. They can play racism with me. Fuck them. I know all about it. I have experienced it. We have also been enslaved. Get over it. Shit. Get over it. And learn to love this country and learn to protect this country. It's very simple. You can't tell me that I'm a sellout because I believe in legal immigration. Shut the hell up, you damn criminals. If you are illegal, just stay quiet. Stay under the table. Just stay under the radar. Behave. Be good. But just remember, if you get deported, it's all on you. It's not on the president. It's not on ICE. Stop spreading misinformation and lies. Streamlabs is getting everybody in trouble. Sorry, Tanya. That's just the way it is, sis. U.S. Navy spook. What a moron. A moron trying to call me a moron. All right. Enough of that. Let's go ahead and get to our first clip. Here you go. Fox News Channel. Fox and Friends. Let's go.
Is under strain this morning as American forces launch retaliatory strikes near the Strait of Hormuz.
And President Trump is now warning that the U.S. may have to finish what they started if Iran continues to strike.
Madeline Rivera is live in Washington with those details. Madeline?
Hi, good morning. U.S. officials say Iran had a chance to stop shooting, and they did not take it. Instead, they attacked another ship Saturday morning, a Panama flag tanker traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. As a result, CENTCOM says U.S. military aircraft targeted Iranian military surveillance infrastructure, communication systems, air defense sites, drone storage facilities, and mine layer capabilities. Commercial vessel transits through the Strait of Hormuz continue. U.S. forces remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. A senior U.S. official tells our Jennifer Griffin the strikes were larger than the ones the U.S. forces carried out on Friday, but they had to hit areas where Iran has regrouped some military assets. An official tells Jennifer, in the time since the ceasefire on April 7th, Iran has reconstituted thus the targets around the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot that is damaged, a lot, but they moved things around. Iran, in retaliation, launched missiles and drones on U.S. military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. They're promising more action if the tit-for-tat continues.
What matters is that whatever action the enemy takes, we have responded and will continue to respond. We have repeatedly said that if the enemy once again breaks its commitments or violates the ceasefire, our response will be stronger than before. We stress once again that it will be stronger.
This exchange raises questions over whether the U.S. and Iran can reach a lasting peace deal. The president saying it is very possible that they will never learn. There may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. There are no reports so far of damage and injuries in Kuwait. Bahrain, meantime, says the Iranian strikes damaged a residential building near the airport, but no one was killed. Charlie, Rachel, and Griff.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie.
You know, the vice president said this week that the United States holds all the cards in this situation, and that is true. But at the same time, Iran has total control over where this goes. And if they cooperate with the peace deal, then this sort of thing is not going to happen. If they don't, it's going to keep happening.
Yeah, and look, you look at what we have learned about from Maddie and others, Trey Yanks, Jim Griffin, that the strikes overnight were striking the communications, the air defense, the drone storage facilities, the mine-laying facilities, that we have the best technology. We know where these things are. And so this strike is simply reminding them that there's two paths.
Right.
And President Trump and Vice President Vance on this couch with us laid it out, saying there's two. We win either way. We can do it whichever way you want to do it, but we are going to go one path or the other, decided by you and the choices you make.
Those are military decisions, but there's also the politics. 67% of Americans like the peace deal.
Yeah.
And so that's a challenge politically for the president. People want this war to be over. They want their gas prices done. And also, there's a lot of candidates that are running for office right now on the Republican side who would like this to end so gas prices can drop and they can start talking about American issues ahead of the midterm. So there's a military question here, but there's also, you can never take the politics out of it.
Yeah.
No.
And of course, nobody wants that more than Trump himself.
Of course.
That's a good point. Overnight, the Iran terror regime striking Bahrain and Kuwait in response to U.S. strikes on Iranian sites near the Strait of Hormuz has continued Iranian aggression tests an already shaky ceasefire.
President Trump warning, quote, there may come a point when we're no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started, as peace negotiations are still technically underway.
Talk radio host Sid Rosenberg was just in Israel last week, and he joins us now. I guess the first question is, what was it like over there? Did you notice any of this over there?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I spoke at a conference with one of the biggest media networks in New Jersey, in Israel, I should say. And the talk was President Trump and Iran. You have to understand, the Israeli people are watching this very, very closely, because when bombs start to fly, it's not Brooklyn, it's not Cincinnati, it's Tel Aviv, it's Jerusalem. So they're paying very close attention. And to be honest, they're not very happy with what's going on with President Trump and the United States. They want to see us just level this Iranian regime, knock them out, and start this thing over with. So the truth is, in Israel, where Bibi continues to be obviously vilified all over the world, they are watching this very closely. They want ultimate surrender and ultimate victory, none of this peace talk.
But what if the cost of that is much higher prices in gas, maybe even we run out of gasoline, or boots on the ground? Is that a reasonable price to pay in order to take out the regime for America, not for Israel, but you're an American?
I'm an American, and I'm a MAGA Trump guy. I love President Trump. If you're watching, I love you. We need to win in November. That's the bottom line. And to your point, Rachel, no, this is disastrous at this point. But the Israelis don't care. And the truth is, for America, if we're going to win this, there's only one way to win. You know, I keep hearing, well, diplomacy, let's have an honest conversation. That's not going to happen. I'm guaranteeing this audience right now, Iran will, never agree to a deal. And if they do, they will never comply. Not in a million years. We can threaten them all we want with economic sanctions. We're going to blow you up. They don't care.
But you're not answering the question about boots on, because then we have to make a decision. Do we put boots on the ground? Because it will take that.
We may have to, in terms of getting to that uranium, right? It's going to be difficult to get it there from the air. And look, my child is not in the service, so I don't want to come off as insensitive to people children, they do serve this country. and they're heroes and they're courageous. But look, you can't start this thing and not finish. Rachel, Griffin, Charlie. That's the bottom line. We started off great. Epic Fury was amazing. It was fantastic. So was Midnight Hammer. Right now, we're stuck. We're stuck. And even though we call the shots, I'm not sure we really do. I'm being honest here. So if you're going to start this thing, you got to finish it. And right now, we're not finishing it. So if it means getting some boots on the ground, do what you got to do to win this and end this.
To challenge you a little bit, Sid, is it a bit over exaggeration to say that we're stuck because President Trump is showing patience to say he's going to play this out? But as J.D. Vance, Vice President, said here, that we've already won because we've put this decision in their hands. Everybody knows, and President Trump and J.D. Vance are well aware that the IRGC commander, Ahmad Vahidi, is complicating things when Galibaf sits down at the negotiation table. But the way the administration sees it and President Trump is, we can go as long as we want, and ultimately finishing it for good is on the table.
We can't go for as long as we want. Clearly, the gas prices are too high. Midterms are coming up. Look, let's have an honest discussion about this, too. I'm a sports guy, Griff. I worked on WFAN for many, many years. The game is not over in the sixth inning. We haven't won anything yet. I'm sorry, Mr. President, to break the news, but we haven't won anything yet. There has been no end to this. We're kind of in the same exact place we were a couple of months ago. They're still striking us. We're still striking them. Israel is still nervous. And quite frankly, American voters are still nervous. So how do you claim victory when the game is far from over? We're in the sixth inning.
Not claiming victory, just saying we're not stuck because no option that we had going into this are off the table.
The Iranians are the ones that, at the end of the day, are either going to take this or not. So we keep threatening them, and they don't care. So how are we not stuck? What are we doing that's provoking Iran to make them do what we want them to do? You tell me, Griff.
I don't know, but 67% of Americans like the deal and want us to get out of the war. So how do you deal with that?
Well, there is no deal. There's a memorandum of understanding. We know that. There's no deal in place yet.
It's the first step, right?
Yeah, listen, nobody wants people to die. President Trump is one of the nicest men you'll ever meet. You know this. All three of you are friendly with him. He doesn't want people to die. Voters don't want people to die. But this is war, okay? A 47-year war. We didn't start this, but President Trump showed the courage that the last 7 presidents didn't. So if you're going to start it, you got to finish it. And unfortunately, in war, people do die, even innocent civilians. So either going to finish this thing or continue to go back and forth on every Saturday and Sunday, because I love you guys. I'm going to hear you discuss the same thing. We want peace. Despite the best attempts of Trump, Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner, right now, to be honest, we're nowhere. We're nowhere.
Well, for certain, what you just said right there is exactly right. You know, presidents have wrestled with this for decades, and President Trump is the first person to come along, even in an election year, and say, I'm going to fix this because he does believe.
And he deserves credit for that. He's an amazing man, a great president, but we have to get to the place here where we're closer to the finish. We're not there yet.
Sid Rosenberg, always great to see you.
Great conversation.
Thanks for being here, brother.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here, brother. Now, I agree that the Iran thing, it's a difficult thing to do. But these guys have been warring on us for 47 years. We're not going to sit back and keep taking it. We're no longer going to do that. Just like the song says, we're not going to take it. No, we're not going to take it. We're not going to take it anymore. We're not gonna take it. So shut the hell up, you unpatriotic Americans. If you really are an American, you guys are a bunch of basura, garbage. It doesn't matter if you serve in the military. You bring shame to the country and the service. All the years that you serve in the military, what a damn shame that you'd still turn out to be a traitor to this nation. I know it sounds horrible to you, but doggone it. You made an oath to this country and supported. Now shut the hell up. You know, it was great when you thought that you were going to get all this money being in the military, huh? It was great when you thought free education, huh? But that's not the reality of being in the military. Being in the military means you got to be courageous. What does courageous mean? It means that you can be afraid, but you can overcome that fear. That's what makes you courageous. Now, when you go and fight for this country, you don't do it for a selfish reason. If there is a selfish reason, it's that you love this country so much that you want to see it succeed. So if you are a military member or veteran, and whatever you want to call yourself, you serve in the military, thank you for your service. Don't fuck it up. continue to serve this country, siding with a party that hates American citizens and supports illegal immigrants. Tell me, what kind of fucking moron are you? Yeah, that's just for the military people. Anywho, I feel that, I believe that Iran has to be dealt with stronger force. And I'm going to tell you, our soldiers, you should be loving them, respecting them, and honoring, and treat them as special as much as you can. Let me tell you why. Nobody has their life guaranteed for an eternity. The only thing we have guaranteed is that we're going to die someday. And that's God's timing. How? It doesn't matter. I share with my brothers, there will be no more honor, no higher honor for me than to put the United States of America's military uniform, go kill our enemies. And if I die, I want to die with a rifle in my hand, defending and representing the United States of America. What a great way to go. And I wouldn't want people to be, hating the country or the military or the service. Oh, I want them to be proud of me, saying he died for this country. He believed that this country was worth dying for. Even though there's a bunch of libtards and a bunch of illegal immigrants and a bunch of haters in this nation, I still believe that this country is worth defending. Yes, they will have the benefit, of course, of this being the greatest nation. But just because they're here doesn't mean that I'm going to stop. The one thing that matters is, if you don't know shit about the enemy, if you don't know about communism, if you don't know about the evil people that are trying to destroy not just this country but the world, and they're trying to rule over it, you guys are fucking idiots. I'm sorry, but you guys are a bunch of fucking morons. I just don't understand, guys. I know the American people. You guys understand me. U.S. Navy, I'm about to kick you off my channel. You're a fucking idiot. Listen, I just don't understand. You would rather defend China than the United States of America. Now, listen here. These hats are made in the USA. Man, this looks beautiful. 45, 47. Beautiful. Beautiful. Made in the USA. Some hats are made in China. Some hats are made in, I don't know how to say the word, Bangladesh? Bangladesh. Somewhere somewhere in Asia. It doesn't matter. I don't care about that. That's fine. You can have imported goods from any country. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to buy stuff from imported countries, that's fine. But I will tell you the hypocrisy of your little fake righteous anger. It's that you are willing to pay $1,600 for an iPhone made in China, but you wouldn't pay $1,600 for a phone made in the USA. Again, you can go ahead and buy anything from China. I'm all good for that. Thank you. All my gay people are happy with my mustache. Thank you, Mark. Anywho, you can buy anything from anywhere in the country, but the most important thing is to always say the United States of America comes first. Little small countries like the Philippines, they have a bunch of American and Canadian bloggers. They go out there, of course they make money of the vlogs, but they go out there and be like, oh, support local. Yeah, shut the hell up, you hypocrites. You go to all these third world countries doing your dumb blogs. Support local, and then you come and hate this country. Come on, man. Wake up and smell the coffee. And speaking of coffee, I gotta make sure my coffee stays warm. I have such a good time here in the Dennis Herrera with your company. To all the libtards and all the haters that come to this channel, hey, you are number one in my book. Welcome. To all of my patriots and Americans who actually care and love this country, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. U.S. Navy spook, which is probably stolen valor, as one of my beautiful compatriots say, is listening to a drunk-ass zinc roofer. Oh, my God. Listen, I want you to understand something about me, okay? This is a camera with a Tamron lens. The Tamron lens are not made here in America. Canon cameras are not made here in America. Right? They're expensive. Sure. I love it. I love it. I love my cameras. There's nothing wrong with it. What's wrong with it is bitching and complaining when the United States is trying to do something to help itself. How can you not support your country, the country that you live in? How can you not? You know what this World Cup has shown me? And it's something that us, on the right side, Americans, we already know. It's that this is the greatest country in the world. And this World Cup, bringing all these people from Germany, people who probably would like, I will never go to the USA because those guys are a bunch of idiots. They're hateful. They're racist. Their town sucks, blah, blah, blah. Well, now they are here because they're soccer fans. We love football. We love it. We love football. So they come here and they go to all the towns and cities where libtards have been bitching and complaining with no rights, they say. Fucking idiots. They say, we have no rights. We are living in an oppressive government. And what's really funny is, you ready for this? You ready for this? What's really funny to me about these libtards is they are bitching and complaining about government, but they live in a place where they're governed by Democrats. Folks, you can't make this up. You can't make it up. See, this is what makes this channel so easy to create. The libtards are like the charcoal, that you throw it into the fire to raise the flames, and they just blowing it out. Matter of fact, they're not blowing like this anymore. They just have the fan and just makes the show go on fire because these libtards are great content. Speaking of libtards and great content, let me go ahead and play the first clip that I have. Hold on.
See Trump before I do.
Oh, man. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Let's check this out. Hey, Mike, how are you? Mike Herrera. Look at that. The Herrera name is shining up above everybody else's. Not you, my patriots. You guys are fantastic. I love you all. Your name is always above mine. I will always put you up here before me. But listen, I want to show you something, okay? I told Brian about Brian, if you're watching, okay? This is the clip that I was telling you about. Check it out. So, Democrats or libtards, as I call them, because Democrats don't exist anymore, just so you know. If you were a Democrat, like a real Democrat like I was, well, I support both parties, but if you're a real American, as I am, you will know that the Democratic Party doesn't exist. And all we have is remnants of libtards left over who support communists, who they don't know that they're actually supporting the destruction of the culture that they so love. Anyway, so here we are. This is the best example that I can give you, and I actually should find the clip about the reflective pool because you cannot make this shit up. This is how you libtards think. Everybody that is against the Dennis Herrera show, I want you to know. I want you to be witness. Witness, if you haven't seen this clip, I want you to witness who U.S. Navy spook is and the zinc roofer and every other libtard that comes into my channel. This is who they are. We're going to unmask them on this clip right here. You ready? Here we go. This is from Adam Francisco, which, by the way, Brian, I think you mentioned it, and you were right. You did mention Francisco, I believe. So here is the clip that I was talking about, and I'm going to share it with you. By the way, my man, I've seen the clips you sent. I totally forgot to share the links, to be honest. But thank you so much, brother, for sending me those links to those videos and those quotes. I think it's fantastic. Here we go. Here we go. U.S. Navy, you are this one right here that we're going to show right now. All right, let me go ahead and set the stage here. I'm going to make sure, let me see. At Adam Francisco, I want to make sure he gets credit for this. At Adam Francisco, check this out. There's this beautiful, lovely, older lady on a beautiful pink shorts overall. Look at this. So nice. So beautiful. Oh, my gosh. God bless her soul. Oh, my goodness. Such a lovely lady. Check this out. This is how nice she is. This is U.S. Navy spook right here.
These vibes right here.
Whoa.
The pink overalls,
I love your
the rainbow
outfit.
shirt. Man, what makes you so happy?
Being alive.
Being alive.
Yes.
What's the best part about being alive?
I get to see Trump before I do. Yay!
Is that really what you're looking forward to the most?
Yes, absolutely. I want him gone. Me as well. I want him gone.
So you just wish upon another person who you
Yes, I did.
who you never met?
Yes.
Do you think
Yes.
that that's a healthy mindset to have?
I think it is when he just has ice that goes and people.
I'm an immigrant,
our
ma'am.
citizens.
I'm an immigrant, ma'am, from Mexico.
Well, good for you.
ICE is not doing that.
Yes, they are. You don't apparently don't watch the news. You don't apparently don't watch the news. You don't apparently don't watch the news.
That's Navy spook right there. Navy spook, you ladies and gentlemen. All right, Adam Francisco, right here. Adam Francisco, full video coming soon. I want to make sure that he gets the props for all the hard work that he's doing on the streets. He's a lot better person than I am, since I am here on my home studio. And I get to sit here comfortably, well, sometimes uncomfortably. My ass falls asleep when I sit here for too long. And I have to readjust the jewels, if you know what I mean. The older I get, the more I have to do it. I don't know. It's just the way it is. It is what it is, my friends. But anyways, that right there, this is who the native, what's his name again? Navy what? Navy spook. Something Navy spook. Somebody, let me see. U.S. Navy spook. He said, bye-bye, morons. You know, I know you're still watching. Oh, man. There it is, my friends. U.S. Navy spook right there. Let me rewind it. Let me rewind it to the right spot. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get it to the right spot here. Hold on. Right there. Francisco. Órale, güey. Great job, my friend. Great job. Kudos to Francisco. Look at her lip-tart face right there. When reality hits her right in the face. Look at her reading the MAGA hat. Make America great again. From a great Mexican migrant who knows, as I do, to respect immigration law. We know to come to this country legally so that we don't have to hide from immigration. If you choose to come to this country illegally, don't get mad at the enforcer. It's just like the libtards to go and get mad at the police because they're arresting people who are committing theft. Little Karen right here. Little Karen, U.S. Navy spook right there. That's the son bitch that comes over here and talks smack in our channel, guys. It is what it is. The zinc roofer missed the truth. The zinc roofer missed the proof. What the hell are you talking about? That's it right there. Look at. Oh, boy. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Look. U.S. Navy spoon. I knew you were still here, you sucker. You are hooked. You are hooked on the Dennis Herrera Show. Everybody, listen, you know it, they know it, we all know it, everybody knows it. You are hooked on the Dennis Herrera Show because you know that I always tell the truth. Don't hate. Don't hate because I give you facts. Don't hate because I give you truth. Well, except for that one. Maybe that old lady's not U.S. Navy. But you are the true representation of that lady. Oh, man. That is fantastic. I love that. I love that. Let me put the Gulf of America here on the left corner and make it a little bit bigger. Make sure that people actually see it the right way. Bam! There you go. That's a lot better. All right. Enough with the libtard video. Maybe I should save it for later, but you know what? I have another one. This is Mornings with Maria from Fox Business. And I like Maria. Maria's getting a little bit crazier and crazier by the day. But I love Maria because she always comes in telling the truth. Listen, you can hate me for putting Fox on here, but listen, if you want to love your CNN, go love your CNN. But I don't like to live in the dark. I like to see the truth. I want to hear from American citizens, from Americans who love this country. You know what I find that every libtard has in common? When they hate this country. Did you hear the latest? Now the libtards, like Kamala and Tampon Tim, they're talking about how great and what an honor and how proud you should be to be an American citizen today. They're changing the tune. They're changing their tune because people, American people, are waking up to the truth that the socialist, Marxist, communist Democrats who we have today are evil, and they're trying to destroy our country, and they're using the ignorance and the stupidity of all the libtards that just don't want to stand for America anymore for some reason. It reminds me of a story from, this is an old movie from the 60s, I think, maybe 50s. I don't know how old is the Ten Commandments. I was with Charlton Heston. It reminds me of the part where they're complaining and bitching about being freed from the slavery of Egyptians and this and that and all blah, 400 years of slavery, blah, blah, blah. Oh, we want a liberator. We want a leader to lead us out of here. We need somebody, blah, 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 blah. And they cry out and they complain and they bitch and whine and blah, blah, blah. And then God sends them Moses, and then they become free from slavery. They cross the Red Sea, split in half. Historical evidence at the bottom of that ocean. Chariots are down there. And when they are out there fending for themselves, of course, nothing comes easy. You got to work for your freedom. You got to work for everything. Nothing is free, which is what the lying socialist Democrats tell you libtards out there. We're going to get free. Free buses, free grocery stores, free everything. Nothing is free. I guarantee you that. Nothing is free. The only thing that's free is love. That's free. And even that, I think, still costs something. Anywho, they were freed and they started complaining about being freed. Oh, I want to go back to Egypt. That got it. You spent 400 years. Your people have spent 400 years complaining about slavery, asking God for freedom. Now you want to go back? That's what the libtards are doing. You remind me of the libtards that want to live in slavery in Egypt. Funny how you go and follow a party that created the KKK. Funny how you say they flipped, but they just recently funded the KKK. You have no argument. You have Democrats like Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. I like these people. Obama, George Bush. I mean, you're a Republican. But you had all these Democrats going in there, and they say the exact same thing that I am saying today. I'm not making it up. They said the same things that I am saying today. And Trump says the same things that they used to say and believe in. Back in the day when they used to put America first. Back in the day when they believed and knew that if we allowed too many illegal immigrants in this country, they will take up our housing. They will take up our jobs. They believe this. This is Democrats. All of these Democrats believe exactly what we are preaching today. So don't be a moron. Don't be a libtard. The great thing about it is nobody knows who you are on the chat. So you can change your mind and nobody cares. You can be part of the cool group. You can join us. Nobody knows you're a libtard unless you're announcing it out there on the streets, you dumbass. We still love you. That's why we hit you hard. We still love you. We want you to be on our side. I know their feelings are so fragile. I got you, brother. Thank you, Steve. Hey, much love to you, little brother. I know we're dealing with the same things. I got you, bro. But just do the best we can in life, right? That's all we can do. Anyways, here we go. Mornings with Maria. Let's take a listen. Guys, again, I haven't watched this, so we're watching this together, okay? This one says, Speaker Johnson reveals the move that could change everything. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, let's play it.
We'll get everybody together on Monday, tomorrow. We're bringing them all back. We got a big week ahead of us of work before you begin all the celebrations on the weekend. Much more left to do. We've got the
Sorry.
We'll get everybody together on Monday, tomorrow. We're bringing them all back. We got a big week ahead of us of work before you begin all the celebrations on the weekend. Much more left to do. We've got the National Defense Authorization Act. We have appropriations where we're spending less money and doing it more efficiently and effectively. We have the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. We've got to reauthorize. We've got.
And I love you, random citizen.
The Surface Transportation Bill, many really important pieces of legislation, and of course, Reconciliation 3.0. I got to have everybody working here on all cylinders, and I'm excited to bring them back.
That was House Speaker Mike Johnson detailing to Maria the legislative week ahead. The House is in session this week, but there's only 12 days left on the legislative calendar before the August recess. Now, the Speaker telling Maria one key piece of legislation will be on the president's desk today. Here's what he told her.
You had a rare bipartisan win with the housing bill, but of course now we're seeing that held up because of the president's threats to not sign it because he wants the Save America bill attached. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I met with the president for a few hours on Thursday in the Oval Office, and we talked about it in great detail. The housing bill really is a Republican priority because it will lower housing costs. We made a lot of promises to the voters, and we're fulfilling those every single day of this Congress. And this is a big part of that because it will increase the availability, the access to more housing, bring down cost, cut regulations, do the things that we know are very important for that market. I'm going to send the bill over to him. It's passed by both chambers. I'm sending it to him on Monday, and it will become law. And I certainly want him to take the biggest, boldest marker that he has and do that big Trump signature proudly on that legislation because we're delivering for the people, and that's what he wants to do.
Joining me now is West Virginia Congressman Riley Moore. He also sits on the House Appropriations Committee. Congressman, the president said that he would not sign the 21st Century Road to Housing Act until the Save America Act is passed. Your thoughts on where we stand right now today?
Well, Cheryl, thanks so much for having me on. And as the speaker laid out, he had a 3-hour meeting with the president talking about this bill and how important it is to Americans. And obviously, the president understands, obviously, housing costs is an issue. A lot of that driven by red tape, which gets eliminated in this bill, which was created by Democrat policymakers previously. So we're cleaning up a lot of the mess to make affordable housing achievable for Americans all over the country again. Now, the speaker said he's going to send the bill to the president. Obviously, that bill could be signed by the president or it will just pass into law. But the president is 100% correct here, is that the Save America Act must be passed and stop. Save America Act must be done. This is a critical piece of legislation to saving the integrity of our elections in this country, which have been riddled with problems and errors and stolen votes for many, many years, and this is going to put a stop to it.
Well, okay, let's talk about the Save America Act, because that has been a top priority for President Trump and for some Republicans. The House passed it multiple times. Obviously, the Senate has not voted on it, but Senate Majority Leader Thune has repeatedly said he doesn't have the votes. And some of his colleagues are saying, well, otherwise on the program. Speaker Johnson has a plan to get around the Senate's 60-vote threshold. Here's what he told Maria yesterday. Watch.
We're going to pass it again, and this time we're going to try to put it on a reconciliation bill. And the reason that's so important, Maria, as you know, is it prevents the necessity of 60 votes in the Senate. The Democrats want no part of this. And remember, this is very basic stuff. We're just going to make sure you have to have proof of citizenship to register to vote, and then show an ID when you turn out at the ballot box. These are 90-10 public opinion issues, and more than 70% of Democrats want to do it, but not the Democrats in the House and Senate. And so we've got to go around them. And I told Anna Paulina Luna and a couple other colleagues, I said, it makes no sense for us to shut down our good work in the House just because Senate Democrats refuse to do the people's will. We've got a lot more to do. We've got to keep it going.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna, here is what she had to say about all of this and where she stands right now.
I think that we have some great House members, and there are a lot of these senators that say that they support the Save America Act, yet they don't want to talk to their leadership about the standing filibuster, and they won't put pressure on leadership to embrace it. That's really the one way that we can get a lot of the legislation, not just Save America Act, through the Senate and get through the blockade in order to codify President Trump's overwhelmingly popular policies, in which why he was elected the way that he was. And so I'm in favor of that, and I think that you're going to see as more of these House members start to speak up in some of these more moderate states, you're going to see the Senate kind of buckle under pressure. But again, look, this is a very bare minimum deliverable that is bipartisan. The American people want voter ID, and so it's unacceptable that we can't deliver on that. And so I'm going to be a royal pain in the butt to the Senate until it happens.
Well, and so she was on the program in March, but she's doing exactly what she told Maria that she felt was important, and that was the president's agenda on Save America Act. And House Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain also told Maria that Reconciliation 3.0 has got a narrow path forward. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, as we've seen in the One Big Beautiful Bill, we did that through reconciliation process. We also funded ICE, CBP, and HSI through reconciliation. And yes, that only takes a simple majority to pass a reconciliation package. So we can attach the Save America Act to Reconciliation 3.0 and get that through with a simple majority. Now, I'm not breaking news here, but the House is obviously constantly and consistently held hostage to the inaction of the Senate. We've passed this thing 3 times. I don't care what we attach it to. It's just got to get done. Now, I think Reconciliation 3.0 makes the most sense because it's a simple majority to pass it. Or they can go, as Anna was just talking about, go through a talking filibuster if they have to. Whatever they have to do to get it done, just get it done.
Well, Congressman, obviously we're going to be watching it as a very busy week. I mean, between you got fiscal funding bills and defense policy, there's a kids online safety bill. I mean, all of this, the calendar is short. Are you confident that the House can get through all of this business before the July 4th holiday?
Well, yes, I think that we can get through a lot of this business. We're going to have the NDAA on the floor this week. We're going to have appropriations bills on the floor this week. And kind of an understated news story here is, as a member of the House Appropriations Committee, we have passed all 12 appropriations bills out of the House committee at this point, and we've already passed 2 on the floor, and we're going to move to the next 2, which is going to be state foreign operations and then energy and water. So we're going to continue to do our work. We're going to get NDAA done. We got surface transportation. We need to get FISA done. I think we can do all of these things if we were just all pulling in the same direction and working to continue to pass President Trump's agenda.
All right, we're going to be watching that work today. Congressman, real quick before you go, Politico is reporting that some Republicans are lobbying for you to be the next labor secretary, but they worry that that could affect the GOP's razor-thin majority in the House. Have you spoken to the president about this? Would you accept that job if you were nominated?
Well, Cheryl, look, I'm just focused on my job right here, which is representing the great people of the state of West Virginia. It is an honor to have my name just even mentioned in a conversation, particularly when we're talking about the greatest president of my lifetime, one of the most transformational in American history, particularly as it relates to the American worker and putting him and her first, which is personally very important to me. Somebody who started my career off actually as a welder in a mining operation, who comes from a family of generational union membership, which is a huge part of the coalition that President Trump built, and we had to continue to build on if we're going to win these elections in the future. So this is hugely important to me. Honored to even be in the conversation, but I'm focused on my job right now.
All right. Well, if you want to break any news, you know you always have an open invitation on our program. Congressman Riley Moore, it's great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriots and compadres, for your support, for your love and your kind words. You guys are the opposite of the insults. You guys are the opposite of libtards. And I am grateful to have you guys in here. Don Mitch, I gave you a big shout out yesterday. I apologize, big bro. I know I told you I was going to go live on Saturday, and you know what I told you about the family, the things going on, whatever. But I did go live yesterday, and I give you a big shout out. I showed everybody the gifts you gave me. I hope that was okay. I was very flattered. I was very honored that you, a great veteran of this country, honor me with those gifts for my birthday. I didn't expect it. You are an amazing man. And yes, we're going to have that barbecue here ASAP. I need to taste some of the Filipino dishes, but I also want to have some of the good old American barbecue. My mouth just got watery thinking about barbecue ribs. You know what I'm saying? Get some all-American good cheeseburgers. No tomatoes. Tomatoes are inflammatory, and I'm trying to avoid that. I tried this on my joints to go crazy. Some of you guys don't know that, but tomatoes are inflammatory, and it's not good. If you have arthritis on your joints, don't eat tomatoes. You heard it here first on the Dennis Herrera Show, because the doctor won't tell you that, but here I am telling you. Imagine how much free information you get here from watching the Dennis Herrera Show. It's just, we talk about everything on here. It's what we do. Anyway, so US can be a friend or your worst enemy. This is something that I always tell people that come into my channel. You can get the best Dennis side, and you can have a conversation, or you can get the worst Dennis side and be cast out and be ridiculed. Believe me, if I remove every single filter that I have in my tongue, I will make you wish you were not born. That's how horrible I can be as a person. But thanks to God that person doesn't come out. And I recommend you don't make him come out. Because I will leave you crying. I'm telling you, I will leave you crying. Here we go. So, acting Navy Secretary, let's take a look and see what's going on here at the Great American State Fair in Washington. Now, Washington, D.C., not Washington State. Don't confuse it. Here we go.
Again, in the Middle East, the U.S. responded to Iran's ceasefire violations with strikes against Iranian targets, with last night's attack being the largest since the Memorandum of Understanding was signed. The retaliation was in response to Iran's attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as those targeting U.S. assets in Kuwait and Bahrain. Now, an Iranian state media outlet linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says that Iran has, quote, no choice, get this, but to develop a nuclear bomb to achieve peace and calm. The U.S. posture in the region remains unchanged as tensions, we say they rise, but really they're just staying tense. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up, a hero of mine, the acting Secretary of the Navy, Secretary Hung Cao. Thank you so much for joining us.
So much, Joey.
Yes, sir. Listen, I take one issue. I understand when you're a four-flag officer, you wear the lapel, but you can still put that EOD badge up there. I'm just saying, trust me, as a guy who has a couple of flags. In all seriousness, no, you're taking over as the Secretary of the Navy really being the preeminent asset in the region right now when we look over in the Middle East in ways that we haven't really thought about it before. I mean, we fought 20 years of war, and the Navy was very involved. But it wasn't always the boats that we were thinking about. Now that's been the top line. We're in littoral warfare, brown water warfare, using ships in ways that maybe we haven't in the last couple of decades. Where is the Navy when it comes to fighting a war like this?
I mean, we're always ready. We're always on deployment all the time. But right now we need 350 ships. And that's exactly why the president is pushing for this $1.5 trillion budget so we can build the ships we need. Because ships like the USS, Gerald Ford and the entire strike group was extended till 11 months on deployment because we didn't have enough ships to backfill them. And that's why we need these ships out there. But I tell you what, the strength of our Navy and Marine Corps is the sailors and Marines that are manning our ships and bases, and they're getting things done.
You don't just have to say sailors and Marines because you're Secretary of the Navy. You've got a son that's a Marine as well, so congratulations on that.
We love that. Secretary, I know you don't want to get ahead of the Commander-in-Chief and the Secretary of War here, but there are a lot of Americans who watch the big weekend show, and every weekend we say tensions are rising, now there's a memorandum, now there's a ceasefire, maybe it's not a ceasefire, we read some truth socials from the president, and there are some Americans who are a little confused as to where we are now. They don't know if their gas prices are going to go up or go down. What can you say to the American people who are watching? They believe in the president, but they're sometimes a little confused at all the steps and all the maneuvering going on.
Well, the enemy has a vote, but here's the thing: the president's always 5 steps ahead of him, and we can be the best friends in the world or the worst enemy. And look what's happening down in Venezuela. We're bringing aid and support to the people of Venezuela, and we're patrolling the seas all around the world, including South China Sea, as well as in Europe, the Mediterranean, the Gulf. We're there. We're there to do whatever the president needs to do.
I love that. We know that that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
Secretary Cao, pleasure to have you with us. Over the course of the conflict, U.S. assets in the region have taken extensive hits. There's this report from the Wall Street Journal that an attack on a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain did extensive damage, and the U.S. is considering how to shift and adjust to deal with that. What message do you want to send in the way you adjust? What do you make of that report, and how do we signal we are still strong and we are defending ourselves properly here?
Well, I think we are still very strong. We have an entire fleet out there right now, and we can work from anywhere. We're the United States Navy. We can work from ships, we can work from ground, we can work from the air. We show that in Epic Fury, where we combine our Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Army, as well as cyber in there to do the operations. But again, my job is to make sure we have the ships and aircrafts we need, and submarines too. Don't forget there's a submarine out there, a 32-year-old submarine, USS Charlotte, that was out there for the longest time, and they didn't know where it was, and they were launching missiles from right on the coastline.
Amazing.
Secretary Cao, Kevin Corke, great to see you. I feel like I know you. I've seen signs with your name all up and down the Georgetown Pike. So it's an honor, obviously, to talk to you. And as someone who's been to Vietnam many, many times, I can't wait to get your thoughts on what that was like for you. But let me begin with this. Southern Command deploying rescue teams to Venezuela to help with the devastation following the massive earthquakes that have been happening there, a couple of them actually. Believe it or not, we got word today that one of our teams actually recovered an infant from the wreckage. Southern Command still working to provide aid anywhere it can. Tell us about what's happening there and what we can do to help those people.
Again, one of those things that we do in the United States Navy Marine Corps is humanitarian assistance and disaster relief.
Yeah.
We can launch from any platform, the amphibious ships. I did this in 2005 in Pakistan during the earthquake there, and it's heartbreaking, but to be able to bring aid so quickly, our V-22s are flying in there with all the support and all the equipment they need, as well as food and medical care. And if they have to, they bring them back to the ships where we have doctors standing by to give people, surgical care if they need it.
Yeah, and obviously our thoughts are with the people there. They've been suffering, and obviously the Trump administration has been very aggressive in trying to do all we can to help. Yeah. Joey.
Mr. Secretary, so obviously today's theme at the Great American Fair, which is this amazing expo behind us, is Military and Veterans Appreciation Day. We're constantly reminded that freedom simply isn't free. There's a price to be paid. When we talk about freedom, some people are born with it here in this country. Some people have to go across oceans to find it. Your family fled from Vietnam, obviously as the communists took over after the war. And then you recently, as the Secretary of the Navy of this same country, returned or visited Vietnam, met with the Communist Party there. I would love to know what I can put words in your mouth because to me it's poetic, but I would love to know what your thoughts are there, especially when you have a country like Venezuela and Iran that, maybe going through a change and, have hope for a free country one day, for someone with your lineage as an American, but also as, the son of refugees.
No, again, it's very surreal. I mean, I was facing my father's enemies, and, it's time to heal. Wow. It was 51 years ago, and it's time for us to move forward. And the only way to move forward is to heal the wounds of the past and work together for maritime domain awareness, because we need the Vietnamese in order to help us with the South China Sea, or they call it the East Sea, to keep from the Chinese aggression against their fishermen, against their shipping, and our shipping as well. We're both maritime nations that depend on clear lanes of communication.
So one of the priorities of the Marine Corps, which I was told is maybe the 5th priority of the Navy, and those, because we're smaller, is to have what we call 3 amphibious ready groups abroad. So kind of what, just to make it simple for the people at home, kind of what we're doing in the Strait of Hormuz, the ability to do that in 3 places at once. The biggest hang-up there is the amount of ships. You sat down and said we need, I think it was 130 ships. So can we build all those here, or do we need to work with partners abroad that maybe can do it more efficiently or are already doing it? Do you feel like there's going to be hurdles in that? How do you feel like we get there to have those ships?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, right now we're held with two manufacturers in the United States that are building ships. And so what the president wants to do is look at other builders. We're not building foreign ships. What we're doing is having them invest in the United States. I mean, Toyotas and Nissans are made here in the United States. So why can't they bring that capability over here? And maybe some of their processes are more efficient than ours also. But we're going to create 540,000 jobs when they do that.
Oh, wow.
Can I hop in here real quick and just ask, what's the #1 goal on your plate? Obviously, there are short-term goals when you're acting, but there are also long-term goals that you want to see happen even beyond your service. What does that look like?
Well, first of all, my #1 priority is to take care of our sailors and Marines. Yeah. They'll do anything. Here's the thing. You give them a K-bar or Marlin Spike, they'll kill the enemy. Right? Yeah. And the second thing is to build ships. We need 350 ships in order to maintain our fleet and be at the ready. And the third one is to defend them homeland. I will not cede this homeland. I know what it's like to wake up without a flag to stand under or a country to call my own. And I'll be damned if that happens to my children or your children.
Wow.
Outstanding.
Secretary Kai, I wanted to ask you about another full circle moment.
That is a real American hero, and every veteran should talk the way that the secretary does. You see that zinc roofer? You see the difference of what I'm talking about? Patriotism, love and respect for this country. #1, which you, sir, who have been drinking too much damn beer in the backyard, have forgotten about, killing all those brain cells. Man, the United States of America military is phenomenal. I got a couple of things to say about it after the video's over.
You had almost in the same month as going to Vietnam, which is watching your son graduate at the U.S. Naval Academy. What about those two things happening back to back, and one pretty close to Father's Day as well?
I know.
Amazing.
30 years after I graduated, he graduated and went on the same stage, and I got to sign his commission. So, just let you know, on the side, I wrote, my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased.
Beautiful.
And to be able to commission him and also to speak at his graduation was something I'd never ever dreamed of, and it's amazing. And I brought him to Vietnam also as part of the group with a lot of the second lieutenants as the next generation. I was able to talk to the president of Vietnam saying, we need to leave the past in the past, let's move forward, and he's the next generation that will be able to mend the fences for us.
Real quick, I got to ask you this. You're an EOD tech, bomb tech. You're also the father of a Marine. I feel like Marine EOD techs must have a very special place in your heart. We're getting into the water. We're learning to go dive and do some of that. I have to imagine that's going to be a good priority for you.
It's going to be great.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Love that.
All right, listen, that's Acting Secretary Hung Cao. Thank you so much for joining us. It's an
Acting Secretary. Man. Now, let me tell you, the thing about the United States military, people don't understand, you just mentioned Vietnam. There's a lot of Vietnamese Americans who love, listen, I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to believe that immigrants make this country what it is. Not illegal. I said immigrants. Because I, like my brother Jason Martin, who is a Vietnamese American, and the secretary, and everybody else that is still a patriot to the United States of America, not all these retired veterans who now hate the United States of America for some reason. I'm talking about the good veterans who love this country. There's a lot of migrants who have come from countries like Vietnam, Japan, even China, even countries that we have had huge conflicts with, but they are so much more American than those who are born here. It's just unbelievable. I don't understand why. I mean, I know why, but I still don't understand it. Vietnam has made a lot of wealth thanks to the United States of America. We're not going to go back to the 60s. We're not going to do all that. Let's not remember how Democrats really hated our military and continue to hate our military, continue to show their distaste for our military. It's beyond me why any military or service man support Democrats. It's beyond me. It's beyond me. It's beyond me how any American who is a minority, how any black man can vote for Democrats today. It's beyond me. The party that has been enslaving them and continues to promote slavery. It's beyond me. It's beyond me how any American will vote for Democrats who put illegal immigrants first before American citizens. The United States of America, it's such a prize jewel. I'm telling you right now, let me tell you something. In Central America, we had a general called Francisco Morazan. His name was Francis Morazan. And this general fought a lot of battles in Central America. See, he tried to unite the 5 different countries that have come about. They used to be Mexico, but now they're 5 independent countries called Central America. He tried to unite them, but they all have an agenda to be the capital of that new nation, and so nobody became together. But I can tell you this, and I said this to all of my Central American Hispanics. When it comes to soccer, Salvadorians have some fantastic players. Guatemalans, Hondurans, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, they all have talents. The military, we have phenomenal Air Force pilots. Salvadorians have phenomenal soldiers, Army soldiers. Everybody has something of strength. And if the Central American countries will become one, I believe, check this out, I dare to say that the Central American countries can be one of the greatest countries on earth, believe it or not, when it comes to economical growth. It's a fact. But we will need to be very close with the United States of America. See, the United States of America, it's key to world peace. The United States of America, it's key to prosperity in the world. Venezuela, which unfortunately they're going through some really hard times with these two earthquakes that hit the land. But you know what? I'm proud that our military was there first, that they're providing help and need, all the needs that they have, that we are there for them. I was talking with my brother Brian Reedy here this morning, and I was saying that, the United States of America supports over 195 countries in the world. Imagine that. 195 countries in the world. No other country does that. No other country is like the United States of America. And a lot of foreigners who come here for the World Cup are realizing that everything that the leftist party has been telling the world has been a lie. They get mad at me when I share Fox. Well, I'm going to tell you something. You should subscribe to Fox until they stop telling the truth. Look at Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson used to talk so well about President Trump and about Republicans and the conservatives and the United States of America and Israel. And then now he's on a different agenda. He is 100% against Israel and is 100% pro-Muslim. No, he just bought some land in a Muslim country. What a fantastic story. Just imagine the Muslims get rid of Tucker. Wouldn't that be so ironic? That'd be kind of funny to me, to be honest. So anywho, we have people who make choices on their emotions. Now, listen, I'm gonna tell you, I get emotional. I get it, okay? But I don't make decisions on emotional times. I try to make some common sense decisions about my life. I am grateful for every little thing that I have and God has blessed me with. But I will not cling to things that are slowing me down, that are bringing me down, that are negative. I just got to release all those things. But the United States of America, it's such a great country. Anybody that says otherwise is a fool. You shouldn't be here if you really believe that. But the fact that you are here tells me that you're a liar, that you know that this country is fantastic. Infidel Profeta. I don't think I will ever vote for Democrats. Honestly, I just don't see them getting out of that hole. They just dug themselves so deep. It is it is their demise. They finished. They finished themselves. You have to understand this, my patriots. When it comes to, shows like this, see, they think that this show was made only because of Trump. They always ignore my messages. They always ask me why I do this, why I do that, but they never listen. It's like Brian Reed did. He made a phone call on the For Real with Mike show and gives this guy, Buster, which he called me yesterday on my live. I had to hang up on him. He's a fucking moron. But anyway, Brian calls in, tells him he loves him, gives him a real message, very concrete, heartfelt, good, wise information. And it went in one ear and out the other. There was no way. There's no reason. There is no reason. No. There's another word, but let's call it reason right now. No, it's not a reason. There is no reason to make an effort to tell the truth to the libtards because they never listen. Uh-oh. Streamlabs blocks the infidels. Yeah, fuck them. Streamlabs is okay. Streamlabs is doing his job. Don't get mad at Streamlabs. I like having Streamlabs. Only Jason Martin is a mud, but he knows the rules, and I can set him straight. But anyway, Brian's out there giving information to these libtards as if they are going to listen, but they never do. They just never listen. Hey, Regina, how are you? They just never listen. You have like the clip that I show you of that lady, right? She's like, when she has no answers, have you not watched the news? And it's like, lady, what are you talking about? If you haven't seen this yourself, why are you putting your hands in the fire for this? You know what I mean? Hello, my Canadian friends. Good to have you in here. Mr. Dennis, good to see you in here. Dennis is a great name. Yeah, Timo American. That is who ASW is. Thank you for identifying yourself. But we already knew that you were a Timo American, just like Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. Anywho, the United States of America is the greatest country. And I think that if we supported this country, oh, my gosh, if we supported this country more, just think, we are so great, even with all these libtards over here fighting us every day, all these fake-ass Democrats fighting us every day. President Trump and the administration has done so many good things for this country, despite all the retards that we have fighting us constantly every day and putting up with our enemies. Just imagine if Democrats actually were the Democrats from the 90s, early 2000s, they will be working with President Trump 24/7. This country will be so prosperous. This country will be so great. You will probably have free universal health care. Right now, we probably wouldn't like it because the lines will be hella fat and long, but we will have that. We will have more welfare for those lazy-ass motherfucking Americans that don't want to work, even though they can work. You know, we will have so many better things for people, even for those entitled sons of bitches that don't want to do anything for their country. We would be helping so much more other nations if they supported the United States of America. It's a fact. It is a fact. This country has been blessed. I seriously believe it. It has been blessed by God greatly. And we can do so much more than China, Russia combined. Because we do it with love for the world. No other country loves anybody like the United States of America loves the world. And I'm talking about the people, the good people. You know, I hear stories from, you know, soldiers. Now, I thank them for the sacrifice, the service. I do. But I hear the stories of, you know, why am I here fighting this war? This is not my war. Then what the fuck did you sign up for the military for? Did you do it on emotional? Did you not think that you will die at any given moment? That your life is not guaranteed to be brought back to the United States? Did you not do that with courage? Did you not do that with patriotism? Did you not sign up to protect this country for better or for worse? And I hear the stories. And I know it's scary. I watched a movie not too long ago. What was the movie called? It was a movie with Samuel Jackson. He was like a doctor, some sort of surgeon doctor. He was in the military. What was the movie called? Somebody knows the movie with Samuel Jackson, where he was a doctor in the military. It's about a group of soldiers that were, I believe it was Iraq, I think. And they get ambushed. Now, mind you, the military, now this could be, I don't know if it's a true story, okay, but this is what it is. The military, the U.S. military was bringing help. They were bringing medicine. You see what I'm saying? They are coming in to help the people that need the help. But the Muslim terrorists, they don't like that. So they ambush them. And even kids, you know, blowing up explosives. And the whole point is that these military people, you know, a lady lost her arm. You know, the doctor, Samuel L. Jackson, came back with some mental problems, PTSD, of course. Everybody came back with PTSD. And the story is like, you know, they are having this PTSD. Now, this is not to take away from your bravery or your sacrifice. I love you all who serve in the military patriotically. But the movie is about these people that come back and they see their friends, right? Their soldiers being killed by a bomb, shot, etc. You know, they lose their limbs and all this other stuff, right? I get it. And you will say, oh, Dennis, you never served. You never went to combat. You never. You know what? Let me tell you something really quick. You have not ever received your cousin in a black garbage bag cut into pieces. I have. So shut the hell up and stop bitching and complaining and being a little bitch about your PTSD because you saw somebody die next to you. I saw a cousin that got beat up, cut into pieces, and left in the trunk of his car. I saw a cousin shot in the face by a shotgun by some gang-ass banger in Honduras. Can't see his face. Big hole in his face. So shut the fuck up about your PTSD fucking problems and start getting some balls and start remembering why you serve in the military. Stop being little bitches and become warriors again. Maybe I do have PTSD. But fuck you traitors if you don't love this country. Stand up for what you believe. Are you an American or what? Shit, I come from Central America and I love this country more than you fucking morons. Grow some balls. Learn to defend this country from terrorists from outside and inside. Especially you, Zinc Roofer. Shut the fuck up. Grow some balls and stop drinking beer so you can think straight. You think you have your only problems. You think you're the only ones that have seen horrible things in life. You haven't fucking lived my life. So what if I didn't serve in the military? Death is death. And I'm sorry if I apologize for some people. Not all. Fuck these libtards. Listen, people don't understand how much I try to control myself. People don't understand why I'm against these fucking gangbangers. People don't know why I'm against these fucking libtards with open borders letting fentanyl come into this country. I lost my brother-in-law. I took his dead cold body out of the car in the morning before I went to work. Fuck you and your pussies whining about your PTSD that you lost your brothers over there in war. I know it's hard. I know it's hard to see your family member being cut into pieces. I know it's hard to see a friend or a family member being shotgunned to the face. I know it's hard. But stop being a little bitch about it. Get over it. And remember why you fought in the military. Why you represent this country the way you represent it. I don't have to be an American to experience that. So shut the fuck up, user. Hiding behind your little fake-ass name, little keyboard warrior. You Americans who are so ungrateful to those who have died for this country. So ungrateful for all the sacrifices that our ancestors had to do. You know, Wally Brown, my native brother from Navajo Nation, gave a beautiful, heartfelt speech. Some bad things happen in our history. He's a Native American. He doesn't hate American citizens. He is an American citizen. He was able to overcome the bad side of history. He's not a traitor or a sellout to the Navajo Nation or any other Native Indian tribes. He's learned that the United States of America has become a new land for everybody to come together. All they have to do is respect this country, love this country, and fight for this country. And that is exactly what I am doing. My dear Americans who are in my channel Please forgive me for the language that I use on my channel, but these libtards, fuck them. They don't deserve sweet words. They don't love you. They don't love this country. And if they served it, they probably served it with selfish feelings and not actual patriotism. You can tell because if this country is not doing good, they turn against it. Oh, but if the country does good, oh, they're real Americans now. No. The veterans that support me, they know who I am. They know that I stand with them. I love to see, thank you, Patrice. I love to see that there's still a lot of people, a lot of veterans who went to war and saw their brothers being killed, dismembered. I don't pretend to know what they feel, but I know what I felt seeing my family members die. Everybody deals with pain differently. I get that. But when you were enlisting in the military, they didn't tell you, man, come on, guys, please, single file. Okay, guys, we're going to run the mile. Push yourself. No. They called you little sissies, little girls, bitches, get your ass running. Shut the fuck up and continue to run. You know what? They were building your tough character. But we're humans. And our minds will be corrupted. I get it. We're here for you, but fuck, stop fighting us. We're not the enemy. I love my veterans. I really, truly do. But just as they got yelled at when they enlisted in the military, I got to yell at them now because they forgot what they fought for. They forgot what it is to be an American. They became pussies. You American people are a lot better than these libtards tell you that you are. I want you to know that. With that being said, let's hear it from John Rich. Dems are trying to knock out the family farm. Well, what's that all about? Let's take a listen. Go ahead. This is from Lara Trump in Fox.
Entrepreneur and a proud American patriot. And now John Rich is taking up the mantle as a public servant. A longtime supporter of President Trump, Rich is now advocating for American landowners as the White House's special envoy. He's lining up behind farmers and property owners to fight back against what he says are threats to their land, their livelihoods, and America's national security. We sat down to discuss his new mission. John Rich, you, I guess, were not busy enough. You wanted to take a little more onto your plate, and you are now the special envoy for American landowners. Tell me how this came to fruition and what that really means.
Well, about a year ago, the TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and this was the Biden's administration's TVA, had this huge green energy plant, methane gas plant. It was going to destroy about 400 houses, 6,000 acres of farmland, a school district, and the main water supply of a county just outside this window over here. And I thought, yeah, that's not going to happen. And so on behalf of those landowners, I went out and started to wage an actual war against the TVA. And after about 4 months, they abandoned that project. Well, that got the attention of Secretary Rollins and of the president. So he created this job, Special Envoy for American Landowners. And my job is to go around the United States and listen to landowners, no matter how big or small they may be, And especially if it's wind, solar, or any Biden-era projects that are egregiously affecting their land, trying to use eminent domain on their land, shoving them around. Owning land is a basic tenet of what it means to be an American citizen. It's why the original people came over, because they weren't allowed to own land where they lived. So they came here so they could own land. So it is quite an honor and a privilege to be able to fight for them.
You know, you talked about what you did last year. It feels like that was the moment, maybe, John, that you realized that landowners did need a voice out there. They needed somebody to stick up for them. Is that kind of the moment that it all changed for you?
Well, the second greatest commandment in the Bible is love thy neighbor as thyself. So this is not my land. And I don't know these people personally, but they're my neighbors. They're my fellow Americans. I don't even care if they're left, right, middle, or don't vote at all. If they're an American landowner, I have something in common with them. And so I look at it at a really high level that this is an opportunity to go out and defend the defenseless, to go out and save people's land, not only their land, but land that's been in their families sometimes over a century. Just so happens that I'm not an elected politician. I don't receive money from the federal government. I'm a high school graduate with a real bad attitude towards people that like to shove American landowners around. And this position I've been given is going to allow me to fully exhaust that potential. When I see people, again, that are being traumatized, brutalized, shoved around by entities that they can't fight, now we got somebody that can fight for them. And I say go to usda.gov/lawfare. I'll say that twice so everybody watching this interview. If your land is under threat, usda.gov/lawfare. You fill out a report. We look at these reports daily. And every week we go through them and decide which ones are we going to go after next.
Well, you came out real hot. You went really hard in on what you found out was going on in upstate New York, and you called Kathy Hochul out pretty immediately. Tell me about that situation, how you found out about it, and what's going on in New York.
Okay, so there's a phrase called prime farmland, prime dirt in the United States. The USDA defines prime farmland by a science-backed mathematical equation, meaning this is the finest soil in America. It's got the exact right combinations to grow crops the best of all the dirt. It's to be protected and preserved. Well, Kathy Hochul didn't like the USDA's math around what's prime farmland because all of upstate New York basically would qualify as prime farmland. So she decided, you know what, I need my own numbers. That allows her to reach out to foreign countries, mainly Canada and Spain at this point, and let them come in with what? Chinese-made solar panels, come in on American prime farmland, according to the USDA, not her, and then ransack all these farmers. Now, amongst these farmers are Amish and Mennonites, family farms, pre-Revolutionary War land. I'm talking like some of the most incredible farmland that exists in the entire United States. So a letter was just sent this past week with Secretary Rollins, with Administrator Zeldin, and then my name is also on it. And this is to Governor Kathy Hochul. And in that letter are over 30 questions from USDA and EPA that they have to answer. They have been able to operate in the shadows. The only reason I even know that this situation was going on was a young female farmer in her late 20s in upstate New York posting on X, of all places, and now we have letters being sent to governors. I think it could be a national security issue. Mm-hmm. I really do.
John, as you would expect, the crazy haters out there, the people with Trump derangement syndrome, are saying, well, wait a minute, John Rich is a country singer. What does he know about anything to do in the federal government? How is he qualified for this job?
I'm an American citizen, and I have the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I've had that since the day I was born, and I'll have it till I die. And when I look at people who are being shoved around and their land being infringed upon, and foreign countries allowed to come in and put other foreign countries' solar panels and wind farms all over their land, that is what it means to be an American. You know, that's what it means to love thy neighbor as thyself, to serve your community.
Has there been a position like this prior to you being appointed?
No, ma'am, there hasn't.
This is a new position.
This is a brand new thing, and I hope it remains constant even after someday I'm not doing it. I want to do it for as long as I can be effective. But I will say that Secretary Rollins really has been the champion here on a lot of this. You know, she set up a complete framework, a freedom framework for farmers and ranchers. The left and the Democrats are systematically trying to knock out the family farm and replace it with things that don't provide food security. And Secretary Rollins, she's a champ. She is a tough character. And she really does love the farmers and really does love the ranchers. I get to hear her talk when nobody else is listening. I know where her heart is, and it's an honor to stand beside her.
I have farmers in my own family who have felt, John, for so long like they would never have this kind of help. So I think it'll probably be a relief to a lot of people to know that this position exists, to know they have somebody looking out for them. Just to change gears, this is a very special year, America's 250th birthday, and a recent post of yours actually got a lot of attention. You say that there are a few things that you've taught your sons. There's no such thing as my truth or your truth, only Jesus, you say. America offers you everything and owes you nothing. Exhaust your potential and defend the weak. And it really made me think about how lucky we are to live in this country, to have the freedoms we do, and to be able to celebrate, John, America's 250th birthday right now. How are you reflecting on that moment, and what would be your message out there to all Americans?
I reflect on the 250th as all the American bodies that are buried all over this planet who fought to get us to the 250th. My family members, your family members, people with our last names who we've never met. That's how far back it goes. And then I think about the ones out there right
Thank you. Let me ask you a question. Thank you, guys. Let me ask you a question. How long have the farmers been suffering? How long have the farmers have been neglected by the government? Regulations, overtaxing. Besides bad seasons, diseases, all these things have something to do with the rise in prices, with the loss of farms. I get it. But then libtards come in here like Serenity, talking about the farmers have been abused and destroyed because billions of dollars that we send to Argentina, 40 to be exact. We got that money back already. What the fuck are you talking about? And you want to call me and debate me? You have no brains. How long you been on my channel? How long you been following me? And you still haven't learned shit. It is beyond me. Beyond me. I try to explain, but these people they're just imbeciles. Yeah, you know what, infidel? You're right. We have to war if we want peace. There is no other way. You can only get peace through strength. We have tried diplomacy. They have laughed in our face. They have been like Nancy Pelosi when President Trump gave remember the paper that Nancy Pelosi broke? That's what you libtards do. And it doesn't matter. Listen, until you heal yourself from Trump derangement syndrome. Listen, I am convinced now that shit is real. Because you fucking libtards never learn. I'm telling you, stop the bullshit of hating Trump and come to me with some facts. You don't know shit about your facts. You get your facts from CNN, ABC. All you libtards are all the same. Socialist, retarded people. You're all the same. You don't learn from history. For Pete's sakes, we give you Venezuela, the most recent example, and you still don't learn. You got stupid-ass people that go over there, look at the reflecting pool, and they say it looks worse than it did before. Lying out their ass. We're watching it there with our own eyes. We be the judge. The guy, this libtard, is looking at the water, and the guy asked him, "What are you talking about? It looks good." I'm looking at it. He's like, "Haven't you heard the news?" What the hell does that got to do with what you're seeing before your own eyes live? You know what I'm saying? That is the libtard mentality. That is the bad Marxist side in them. The Marxists tell them to just deny. They don't care about the country. They are loyalists. They're not patriots. They are loyalists. All they care about is their party. All they care about is the hate for Trump, even though they don't know why the hell they hate him. But they still, that's all. The little minds, they're like fairies. They can only have one thought. They can't think. Once they choose, this is the feelings that I'm going to go ahead and judge everything with, that's it. That's all they have. That's all they have.
Right now, who fresh-faced 19, 20-year-olds who are volunteering to serve in the United States military, willing to do whatever it takes to get us to 350 and 450. And we are so blessed to have people like that who continue to do those jobs. That's why it's incumbent upon people like me who don't serve in the military to find a way to serve your fellow American. Find another way to serve. Every American should find a way to serve one way or the other. For me, this is going to be the way I do it, which is helping American landowners. And I'll end with one last thing. Michigan, Minnesota, Illinois, Oregon, we're coming for you next because we got cases going on all over the United States. So landowners, if somebody is trying to force you off your land right now, do not let them have it. You understand me? Do not let them have it. The cavalry's coming. We're here to back you up.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
250th anniversary. What a blessed country this is. You know, I listen to some of these libtards. I can tell some of them out of this country. But when I hear a black American talking bad about Trump and they're voting for Democrats, fuck your independence. You're not independent, you moron. If you don't stand with us, you stand with them. It's that simple. There's only one party fighting for America. Hey, you can call yourself an independent, but you know what that is? That just means that you don't want to be responsible for your vote. You want to be able to just wash your hands and be like, oh, shit, no, I didn't vote for Republicans because they're messing up. Oh, no, I didn't vote for Democrats because I don't know, they're messing up. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? You're just another black man that wants to live in the plantation. You're just another black man who wants to live in slavery. Another black man who feels accomplished by playing a victimhood card. Another black man playing the racist card to feel relevant because you can't accomplish shit in your life. Grow some balls. Grow some balls and do something to defend this country. It is obvious the Republican Party is the only one fighting for American citizens. Time is on my side. Yes, he is. I choose the person, not the party. Let me guess. You chose Kamala Harris? That's how ignorant you are. What a fucking idiot. Oh, I'm an independent. No, you can't be independent. You got to make a choice. There is no independent party that rules. None. Unfortunately, there's only two parties that matter in this country. Yeah, I work in the plantation so much, I'm a freelancer. Father Time is also on my side. Now, Time on my side, that is a veteran, a badass veteran who has some PTSD for America. One of my favorite vets. Crazy ass Time on my side. I want vets like that on my side all the time. God bless you, sir, for your service and for the support. You know, people don't know this, but Time on my side, he's one of my one of my first supporters on the channel, along with Brian Reedy and of course Trinity, which we haven't seen for a while. We hope that she's okay. Maybe one day I'll make a trip and go to her address and see if I can find her. But oh man, I love and miss Trinity so much. She is such a great American woman. Yes, she is. I think she was half Cherokee, I think is what it was. I think that's what it is. Only oil I have is living in California with all these weirdos. Well, I live in Seattle, Washington with all these weirdos. And believe me, Time, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. By the way, guys, I want to announce Rush Babe. I think she texted me yesterday or the day before. I think she texted me yesterday. And so I am going to be going to Eastern Washington. Hopefully there's some good reception there so I can go live. But I am going to go Saturday. I'm going to go take a stop, make a quick stop at Palouse Falls. I'm going to try, I'm not promising, I'm going to try to capture some good images for you guys to watch. Now, I will probably go live as soon as I am driving on the freeway. Now, you guys know when you're driving, you know, reception goes in and out. If you guys want to hang out, hey, Robert is here. He finally woke up with his mid-morning elderly nap. I didn't want to wake you up and disturb you, sir. But I'm going to go live and, you know, driving on the freeways. Hopefully the reception is not too bad and that you guys can actually enjoy the drive from here to Eastern Washington. It is going to be about a 5.5 hour drive. So, I mean, I don't know how I can plan it to do it right, but I'm going to see if I can rig my equipment to be able to record video. I think I'm going to go live on my iPhone so that you guys can be with me. And then I'm going to record my videos on my Samsung phone. I can record it on my cameras, but there is, with the Canon cameras, these cameras, they only have like a 30-minute recording time. Which, you know, if I am recording the whole 5.5 hours, I can always clip it later, but I can actually record the whole 5.5 hours if I need to. Now, of course, I'm going to be doing some pit stops, gas refueling, etc., and I'm going to take you with me. And as long as the quality, you know, the reception is good, you guys will be able to go with me. So, you know, yeah. That's all I wanted to share. That I'm going to go over there and spend some time with our great sis, Rush Babe. And I'm going to have some lunch or dinner, depends on the time that I get to her, with her and her beautiful kids. Probably take a selfie for my own personal reasons, but I don't think I will share that with you guys. Trying to keep my members and my subscribers' life as private as possible unless they want to share it with you guys, okay? So, yes, you guys can also support the road trip that I'm going to make, and I will appreciate that. Some of you guys already have my personal number, so you guys know. Some of you guys actually have, what do you call that? You guys have actually Zelle money directly to me. I appreciate that. Some of you guys have sent me money through PayPal, which is on the description of my lives. Every live has my PayPal on there if it's easier for you. I cannot get Cash App. It is what it is. But if you can help, fantastic. If not, don't worry about it. You guys are always supporting me, and I appreciate it. Hey, Pamela, how are you? Good to see you on here. Lincoln, thank you for stopping by, bro. Get the hell out of my channel. Go. 30-minute timeout, dumbass. If you're going to be on my channel, guys, I don't care if you agree with me or not. Try to put some facts that I can read. And if I don't read it, don't demand it unless you're putting a super chat. And insulting me, it's not proving me wrong, just so you know, okay? All right, with that being said, let me go ahead and play. Let me see, I don't know if this is going to be copyrighted or what, but this is Vanilla Ice to perform at the Freedom 250 show, and he has a message for libtards. Let's take a listen.
Here at the Great American State Fair, you're going to catch a lot of live performances, including one by this guy over here, a huge deal, Vanilla Ice.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
Great to have you on the program.
Heck yeah.
Tell me about why you decided to do
Ice, baby.
This performance, because you heard there were a lot of folks out there, Martina McBride being among them, that dropped out, bailed on this. Why did you want to show up?
Well, I can only speak for myself. And for me, this is the greatest thing ever. The invite alone, it's a huge honor. This is here to celebrate our country. I'm a musician. We're supposed to bring people together. And the 90s is the best way to bring people together because we didn't take anything too serious, right? Fanny packs. I mean, how can you take anything serious from the 90s?
Yeah.
So that's what we're here to do, is to lighten everybody up, bring everybody together. Any side of everything, all walks of life is invited to celebrate the happiness of our country and celebrate 250 years of getting here, which means you have to pay respect and honor to all the soldiers, Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the police, the EMS, the firefighters, everybody, Space Force. I mean, everybody that's a part of this got us here, and this is 250. It's a once in a lifetime thing.
Well, why do you get it and why don't other people get it? Because politics shouldn't be a part of music, right? Music should bring everybody together, no matter what party they're aligned with.
Some people, musicians, just don't see it that way. I'm an entertainer who played for Boris Yeltsin. I've played for, Iran, Iraq. I'd play for Putin, and I'd go over with Dennis Rodman and play for Kim Jong-un. It doesn't matter. It's like a DJ. You play a song. You don't get to say, don't play that. I don't like that. You don't get a choice to pick your fans. They pick you. So it's universal. It has no race, religion, politics, or anything. Think about Bob Marley. It cuts down and through every single barrier. Everybody loves Bob. It don't matter if you're just a hardcore heavy metal person or a classical opera person or hip hop or anything. It's just universal. That's the way music should be. Some musicians don't see it that way.
Okay, we want to get to know you a little bit better, so I've got a lightning round of questions I'm going to hit your way, and you can just answer them however you want. So I'll start with this. Favorite singer you're listening to right now?
Right now, Bruno Mars.
Nice, okay. 4th of July food, favorite food, sweet, savory, what would it be? What do you got to have on 4th of July?
I'm a vegetarian, but I will cheat on that day and have some pie. You know what? It's called pecan pie, not pecan.
Is pie not vegetarian?
No, I mean, it is, I guess, it depends on what kind of pie you're eating. Yeah.
Butter? Okay, got it.
You don't know shepherd's pie. That sure isn't.
That's right.
But
okay.
Yeah, pecan pie, the American pecan pie.
Pecan pie, okay.
Pecan.
Which president would you have dinner with, dead or alive?
Oh, Trump, and I have, and it's great.
Amazing. What did you guys eat? Do you remember?
I had a vegetarian meal, and it was delicious at Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
What song would you perform at Taylor Swift's wedding? It might happen on July 4th.
Oh, I don't know anything about her. Is she getting married?
She's
am I supposed to know Taylor Swift?
God.
You think I'm in tune with Taylor Swift? Really? You really think Vanilla Ice is in tune with what Taylor Swift is doing?
What if Taylor rings
you up? Is there any
up?
man in the world that's in tune with Taylor Swift other than her husband?
What if she rung you up and said, I gotta have you at the wedding?
Then I'll go play.
You'd perform,
Heck
right?
Yes.
What song would you perform?
I mean, I would go and play the Ninja Rap, because I'd get them go Ninja go, man. I'd get them dancing so fast.
Okay, you said favorite decade is the 90s.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because we didn't take anything too serious. It was the last generation before computers ruined the world.
Okay, love it. Funniest rumor about you that you've heard?
That I was hung over.
Set the record straight.
That I was hung over a balcony by Suge Knight. Never happened.
Okay, breaking news. What's something people don't know about you?
That I'm really silly and fun and a great dad that just enjoys living in my kids' world instead of this world. I just don't take anything too serious. I have 4 kids and I love it, and I live in their world.
I love it. I love that you're a great dad and you love being a dad. Final message to our Fox News viewers on 4th of July.
Hey, final message to Fox viewers on the 4th of July is to celebrate this beautiful country we live in, the greatest country in the world. Happy birthday, America. 250. This is once in a lifetime. Put your dancing shoes on. Let's all come together and enjoy the celebration of the birthday of our nation.
Happy 4th. Happy 4th.
Hey.
It's that simple. I think it's so funny, right? When you guys read the comments on the chat, these poor losers, I feel so sorry for them sometimes. They don't love each other. They don't love themselves. They just don't. They hate their body that they're born with. They say, my body, my choice. They don't even know what the hell that means. These people, I'm so sorry, but they pretend that they're going to come over here and try to bring some Christian scriptures and little quotes and sayings that some of them are not even in the Bible, but they believe they are. They come over here and say what? That we are crazy, insane to support Trump? No, we support America. We support the United States of America. We love this country. It's just like Vanilla Ice just said. You see the difference between us and them? Hey, Larson. Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier, I think. I might have missed it. Stewie girl, you too. I know. I've seen you. You know. I think I did say hello. I think I acknowledged you. Very interesting. Let me see what our great John Kennedy has to say about Iran. Let me take a listen. Join me.
Joining us now in an exclusive interview is Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Senator, you may hear the brass band next to us. It sounds a little bit like New Orleans, but we're actually on the National Mall. I don't want you to get confused there. Listen, this news about Iran, sometimes when somebody tells you who they are, you got to believe them. I think you've used that quote. I've seen it on the internet. I feel like that's Iran right now, and this administration is working really hard for diplomacy, but I don't know that that's the key.
I do love everyone as Jesus had commanded me. This is why I tell you the truth. You just don't want to hear it because you're full of hate. Hypocritical to talk to me about love when you don't even know what it is. Isn't that interesting?
Well, Joey, I think you have to keep all this in perspective. Number one, I think we're winning. Number two, you have to be mindful of the fact that really crazy is rare. Among the political leadership in Iran, it's commonplace. Nonetheless, they don't want to die any more than we do. Point three, Iran right now is like a really old man who can't afford to catch a cold. We have degraded them deeply. That's why we went in. They've got three wheels down and their axle dragging. So when the press says they're holding all the cards, they're wrong. I think we should continue to do what we've been doing. If Iran wants to hit us, we hit them back twice as hard. Will this go on for 60 days? I don't know. But we shouldn't give in. No deal for me is okay. A bad deal isn't. Now, at the end of a reasonable period of time, 60 days or whatever, I think we ought to go back in, go Catwoman on them again. I think once again, we should eat them up and spit the bones on the floor. And we should adopt the Navy's plan of escorting ships through the strait. It would be nice, this is my final point, it would be nice to have some help from other countries in the world that depend on the Strait of Hormuz for their oil. But if we have to go it alone, we should go it alone. We can't back down. We're winning, and we shouldn't. That's the way I see it.
Senator, I want to turn to this now. I have to ask you about this controversy surrounding Scott Presler after he was denied entry into a GOP dinner event with Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Take a look at this.
I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in.
I'm the asshole saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little piss and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here.
Yeah, Pressler claims Thune specifically requested for him not to be allowed. Thune's team directed the big weekend show to post from his spokesperson, who insists they had nothing to do with the event. We also reached out to the South Dakota GOP for comment. We have not heard back, but this comes as the Senate continues to stall, of course, as you know, on the Save America Act, while an Obama-era judge ruled against a Trump executive order meant to secure our elections. Senator, we've talked to you about this before, about the Save America Act. The president is very serious about it. Grassroots Republicans and conservatives like Scott Pressler are very serious about it. We hear that the math isn't mathing, but we also hear that there could be a talking filibuster. It gets our hopes up. Can you give us the real deal, as you always do, on the probability we're going to get the Save America Act or something close to it actually to the finish line?
Well, sure. To answer your first question, I don't know Mr. Pressler, but if he had a ticket, they should have allowed him in. Duh. Number two, as to the SAVE Act, I think we ought to pass it. The SAVE Act, to me, I'm a co-sponsor. It means two things. It means that to vote in America, you have to prove you are who you say you are to be able to vote. You have to have an ID at the polls, and you have to be an American citizen. And number two, it means that we ought to go back to having an election day, not an election month. We need to know who the winner is on election night. I would continue to try to pass the SAVE Act. We've tried, I think, 4 times. I offered it as an amendment in our last reconciliation vote-a-rama. I only got 47 votes. I have encouraged Senator Thune to put the SAVE Act on the FISA bill, which is a must-pass bill. Hope he does that when we get back. I'm fully supportive of what Mike wants to do. We've tried it once, but I'm willing to try it again, and that is Mike wants to put the bill on the floor, and then we all talk about it, and supposedly at some point the Democrats will give in. You can be your own judge of whether that'll happen or not. Final point, I guess, Senator Mike Johnson, my friend who's Speaker of the House, just announced he wants to try it again through reconciliation. I support that. I think that I think it's possible if we get some really big legal brains to draft it so that all or a substantial portion of it could pass the Byrd test.
Senator Kennedy, obviously, and by the way, I think a lot of Americans are walking with you every step of the way and trying to get this over the finish line. I don't think there's any question of the importance of the Save America Act. But obviously, we're here. We're having a lot of fun at the Great American State Fair. And your state of Louisiana absolutely did not disappoint with a big Mardi Gras display showing off the Pelican State. You know, I have family down in Louisiana, down in Kenner, and I love New Orleans, have for many, many years. But I have a two-part question. Number one, tell us about your great state. And number two, are you gumbo with or without rice?
Second question first. I swing both ways, okay? I can go, but if you make me choose, don't take that out of context, guys. If you make me choose, I'll take it with rice. Come visit us in Louisiana. You know, Louisiana's right next door to Texas, and Texas gets a lot of great publicity, and I love them to death. They deserve all the good publicity, but Texas is 5.5 times bigger than Louisiana, but we're 10.5 times more interesting than they are.
I think that's true.
Speaking of that, Senator, on top of your Capitol Hill commentary, you are known for your social media presence. Here are some of your recent hits.
I'm here next to Alphonse. Alphonse is the Prime Minister of Cool. This is my backyard. If you go out on the grass, you need to be really careful because there's dog poop everywhere. This is my kitchen table, unless you've been homeschooled by a day drinker, you can see that I don't use it as a kitchen table. This is Margaret. Margaret is my elliptical trainer.
Now, Senator, as a fellow Southerner, I'm fixing to ask you, how do other senators and other politicians keep from boring us by staying themselves on social media? Give them some tips.
I have no idea. We were forbidden in the Senate to go on TikTok. That's where it all started, until just recently. So my staff signed me up, and they said, go make videos. And I said, what do you want me to make videos about? And they said, whatever you want. So I just talk about my normal life. And it's beyond me why anybody finds it interesting, but I really do have an elliptical trainer named Margaret after Margaret Thatcher. There really is dog poop in my backyard. I think I made a video about my wife's chicken salad, and it is really good. And my last video was about one of my pups who's really, really small, but he thinks he's a Doberman. And I don't know, I'll just keep making videos about my normal life until people get bored. But why they watch beats the hell out of me.
Listen, Tommy can give you some great pointers. She does her training with Tommy on the show. You guys, you should come do her podcast sometime and talk about, because I want to know.
I have another clip that I want to play from this live here, but I want to share this clip next. But
welcome back, y'all.
But first, let me address some of the libtards on the chat for free. For free, because their EBT card does not get accepted here in YouTube. So let me see. Where is that comment? Let's see. Number one, Richard. This war in Iran can be won by air only. Well, also from the Navy, obviously. We can destroy these guys. Period. I agree. One of you guys on the chat commented on this, and I agree. We can and we should. President Trump, despite of how evil the left tried to make him look as, it's actually a better man than the Democrats. He really is. That's why he switched to Republican. He is a true Democrat for the United States of America, for American citizens. He's not a racist. His family never owned slaves, by the way. And I believe that for those people who are bitching about the money that we're spending on these attacks, let me just say this very politely. Shut the hell up. Because if we don't do that, we're putting boots on the ground. You fucking morons. All right, with that being said. Oh, man, these guys, they just know how to get the bad side of me out. I apologize about that. That ain't right. But we will continue to address the libtards as the libtards they are. With that being said, I believe that we can destroy them by attacking without putting boots on the ground. But I think that we should always say, we are willing to put millions of boots on the ground to stop terrorism. You know why? Because if we start thinking like you libtards, we will never make a deal. The only reason why this Iranian regime is doing what they're doing is because of fucking Democrats. You and the libtard gang that continue to tell the enemy that you're going to get rid of Trump, the only guy that has stood up against them. The only guy that is standing up against them. What logic do you have? Do you understand why I can't be on your side? You can call it whatever you want, Mr. Terry. You can call it whatever you want. Herman, I know Trump better than you do. Don't start. I think that you came in here in a nice way. Keep it that way. I do support Trump 100%. Don't talk stupid shit if you don't know what you're talking about. President Trump congratulated me and thousands of Latino entrepreneurs for trying to become independently wealthy. So shut up if you don't know Trump. The only people who have been supporting Iran, the only people who have been supporting terrorists, racism, slavery, illegal immigration, the only people that have put American citizens last is the Democrats. Congratulations, you own that. Dumb-ass sons of bitches. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't know how to be a patriot to this country. Now, with that being said, that is only if you really are an American. If you are an illegal beaner on my channel, well, that explains everything. If you are a Muslim loser, well, that explains everything. If you are a senile old person, well, that explains everything. All of you retards on the same boat have made this great ball that we called leptards. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, where the truth shall set you free. That or it will drive you crazy because you're a leptard. But for everybody else who actually stands for America, listen, my foul language does not keep me from having my soul saved by Jesus Christ. So I will continue to speak the truth, whether you like my language or not. I'm an adult, and I don't like people telling me what to do. Don't you feel the same way? You don't want people to tell you what to do, right? Then why are you voting for Democrats? Why are you listening to CNN? Why? You remind me of that traitor in the Matrix. You know what I have found out? Is he's looking at the little piece of steak. Remember that clip I showed you guys? I know that this steak doesn't exist, even though my mind tells me that it's juicy, flavorful. You know what I've learned after all these years? He says, ignorance is bliss. That's the libtards in a nutshell. You libtards think that being a libtard or being right or being for America, it's just not bliss. That's just how it is. You think being a libtard is better than being an American citizen. Thank you, Cutting Edge. What you say there, brother? I missed it. Let's see. Remember that what Trump say in the State of the Nation. Yeah, you're talking about how when the Democrats sat down, when he asked them, if you believe that the government should put American citizens first before illegal immigrants, please stand up. Mic drop. Well said, Cutting Edge. I remember. I will never forget. I will never forget. You know what? I am so happy that I came across that video from our Navajo elder and veteran of the U.S. military, Mr. Wally Brown. Couple of things that I'm going to point out. You saw the basketball court. Not a real nice one. You saw desert in the back. Bare mountains. Not a forest of lush trees or anything. And that's how a lot of natives want to live. You know, they don't want to live in big cities. I get it. And to be honest, as dirty as the desert is and all that stuff, I get it. The dust, right, is crazy. Those treeless mountains, they look beautiful. They do. And if they have a way to live in that land, fantastic. I will tell you this. The only thing that I would change, now, you know, maybe I'll lose some of you guys. Maybe I don't. I'm going to tell you something. Let me show you some of my thoughts. I believe that there is a lot of illegal immigrants here that should be legal in this country. For one way or another, they missed their privilege to come here legally. I got it. Okay. My first suggestion is, and best advice, is to self-deport. And once you're out of this country, apply for a green card. It may take 2 to 5 years, whatever. But at least you will not be breaking the law, and you are putting yourself in a chance to get that. See, most people that come here illegally, they don't know that they can apply for a green card. They think that it will never happen, and maybe it won't. But at least you won't be breaking the law. That is my first and best advice that I can give you. Self-deport and apply for a green card and come back the right way. And everybody will welcome you. And the American people, you can walk with your chin held up high. And you can be proud of actually walking on the street without looking to see who's going to deport you. The second thing is that I feel that, that there is a lot of people that have been here. And now this is in no way, shape, or form an invitation for people to come here illegally, because I will make sure that I deport your ass if I am in office. But I will definitely give people a benefit of doubt and try to negotiate something with the federal government so we can have a lot of people be legalized. Now, I feel that that plan would work because I will do a lot of deregulations. I will allow more construction of homes. I will allow real estate to grow in a fair way, not in a communist controlling way, but in a fair manner to where they can make their wealth, but at the same time, keep the prices affordable for the people that need it. With that being said, let's go to the native side of things. When you look at the native reservations, what do you see? Do you see big buildings? No, you don't. You see desert. You see cheap houses. That's just the way it is. They're not the settlers. They're not the big builders. That's not who they are. The only thing that they grow big, it's casinos. USA Sparky is the same loser as USA Navy Spooky. You're so predictable. If you're not, then you're the cousin. But that's not to put them down. There's nothing wrong with that. There is a lot of parts of this country that can be like that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But we can't bitch and complain about what the United States of America has become. And that is my point. There is ways to do things right, and there is ways to do things wrong. Are we always going to be right on everything that we do? Of course not. Are we going to ever make a mistake? Of course we will. Is President Trump perfect? No, of course not. Who has been? I find it very hypocritical when people say, oh, Barack Obama, best president ever. No, he said it himself. He will go down in history as the worst president in American history, but at least he will go down as a president. That's from Barack Obama's lips and mouth himself. I don't make that up. Look it up. Look it up. Bill Clinton. I like Bill Clinton. You know why? He stood up for the American citizens first. He put America first. He believed in immigration law. He believed in border security. Javier Hernandez, let me tell you something, bro. Let me address you and your posse and your compadres. Listen to me, bro. You're waving the wrong flag in an American channel, number one. Number two, you are a disgrace to Mexico if you live in the United States of America. Number three, all of the Native Americans that used to belong to the Mexican territory, not one of them misses being under Mexican government. Isn't that fantastic? Fact. Texans who are actual Mexican descendants, they still look Mexican, by the way, but they are so proud of being Texans, not Mexicans. And a lot of them are very proud of that, of being Americans. I made a mistake and I apologize. I really felt embarrassed. I was really embarrassed. When I was flying down to Honduras, I was there sitting with my daughter, and we were waiting for the plane. And this Mexican family, oh, Javier, shut the hell up. What is Mexico with Mexicans? I will get to that. I will tear you apart. And I was sitting on this waiting room, right, at the gate, right, at the airport. And there's this Mexican family there. I say it this way so that you can understand, all right? And so I saw this Mexican family there, and I can hear that they have an accent. They still have an accent. And the guy, the grandpa, man, he looked like fucking Pancho Villa. You know what I'm saying? And I assumed that he was Mexican, like, not American, like he was born in Mexico. And I made a joke about it. And he was so offended. He said, 4 generations, no, 3 generations, I don't know how many generations he says, were American born. And there is a reason, he says, why we Texans are not Mexicans. What? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I felt so embarrassed. I really did. Because I didn't know that there was so much pride behind being a Texan. And he was insulted that I called him Mexican. Imagine that. That, my friends, is a real American citizen right there. I apologize. Oh, man, I said, I'm so sorry, sir. I apologize. Just making a stupid joke, and I thought you guys were Mexican, and you guys are American. I'm sorry about that. I really apologized about that, and I felt bad, but, lesson learned. Now, Javier Hernandez wants me to talk about Mexico. Well, let's talk about it. Tell me, Javier Hernandez, let me ask you a first question. Where do you live? Now, I don't mean the city or state. Where do you live? In the United States of America or in Mexico? Now, I know the answers already. Oh, boy. Go ahead. I'll wait. Let me have fun with Javier here real quick. Maybe I should ask him in Spanish because he's using Google Translate probably. Javier, ¿dónde naciste, cabrón? ¿Dónde vives? Where were you born and where do you live? Oh, okay. USA. That was an honest answer. I believe that. Now, let me ask you a question. If Mexicans made America, which is not true, MAGA 2026 is right. The settlers did. If Mexicans made America successful as it is, as you think they did, tell me, why is Mexico such a piece of shit country? If you live in the United States of America and not in Mexico, well, that tells me that the United States of America is better. And well, let me think. Why don't we take a look at some numbers? Now, I know this has changed, especially lately, right? But it used to be a time where the minority population of Hispanics was down around 14%. Very close to the African or the Black Americans. Huh. I find that a very interesting number. Because you say Mexicans. You're thinking all the illegal immigrants are Mexicans? You think they don't come from Guatemala, Honduras, Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Venezuela? Really? Huh. Interesting. The majority of the population in the United States of America are still white people. And I got my white privilege card right here. Bam! White privilege card right here. So tell me, the minority of these illegal Mexicans who supposedly build this country, why is it they're not in Mexico, building Mexico to be great? or better than the United States of America? Why is it that Mexico lost half of their territory? If you answer that correctly and honestly, I will take you seriously. Oh my God! Stop telling him the truth. Let me look up real quick. Let me look up the map of America. Of the American continent. Let's see if I can find an image that I can enlarge for you. Let's take a look at, let me see. There's so many images to choose from. Doggone it. I hate those maps. Nope. Let me find a good one. Let's take a look at this. Let's see if, let me see if I can take this picture here. All right, let me go ahead and put this on. Man, I'm going to have to get an actual map of the American continent because I can't enlarge this little tiny freaking image. But you'll get the illustration. So let me show you here really quick, okay? Let me show you. So here, watch. I want you to pay attention to Javier. Javier Hernandez, this is a lesson for you. I want you to look, and I want you to see the United States of America. Here's Mexico. The Mexico used to be all of this right here. All of this. Mexico. That's why this was the Gulf of Mexico, which was named by your colonizers, the Spanish conquistadors. Now, what's interesting is that all of this also have Native Americans, who we have today. Now, Mexico used to go all the way down here through Guatemala, Honduras, Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, all the way here to Panama. All of that was Mexico. Well, if Mexico was so great with the Mexican people, you fucking idiot. The name Mexican is the name of the country, not an ethnicity. But anywho, what a moron. All of this, Panama became independent from Mexico because Mexico was a piece of shit. Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, California, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. All of them left Mexico because you are a piece of shit. Woosa. Now, with that being said, that was not meant for the Mexican people. Only the retards that think like Javier Hernandez. That is the bad people. Just like here, we got the libtards, right? They're the garbage, the scum of Americans, okay? We're not like libtards. We're good American citizens. We respect our country. We love our country. And, you know, with the Guadalupe de Hidalgo, the treaty that we signed within the United States and Mexico. Here's something. I've shared this before. Gulf of America Chicanos. I love Chicanos, bro. Well, the ones that are actually American bound. Here's an interesting story. The Guadalupe de Hidalgo, the Revolutionary War between Mexico and the United States of America. One of the things and one of the reasons why Mexico lost all the territory, the territory of the United States of America, why they lost all of the Northern American territory is because they were so indebted. In debt. You understand? In debt. The third world country mentality was there. Now, Mexico has developed more. The civilization has gotten better, but they're still inferior to the United States of America. And what I find very interesting is when I have illegal immigrants or anchor babies who are born of illegal immigrants is that they come into this country and they tell us, oh, we built them. No, you didn't, bitch. because Mexico is suffering right now. Mexico is not great. Not according to the cartels, nor according to the Claudia Sheinbaum, which you love so much as the president of Mexico. She is a fucking corrupted communist and is destroying Mexico, period. With that being said, Mexico got in trouble with Europe because of debt. This is why the French came in and tried to colonize Mexico. Because Mexicans don't know how to have a budget. They borrow all this money to create Mexico. And yet, they can't pay anything. And they got the nerves to come and criticize the United States of America. Shut the hell up. Yeah, you're talking to the wrong fucking migrant today. The whole United States of America, one of the things that they signed the Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty was because Mexico owed so much money to the United States of America. Damn, man. If you're American, you live in a great country, bro. Man, you guys are fantastic. You guys are the envy of the world. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you're an American citizen, you are the envy of the world. Now, don't be a spoiled little brat. Don't be getting all big-headed and shit. Stay humble. You know what I'm saying? Stay humble. Let others tell you how great you are. Coffee is life. All the Mexicans that stayed on the border of the United States of America and North became American citizens. This is why we have a lot of Chicanos. We have a lot of Mexican descent. Of course, that's why we have a lot of Mexican descents. We get that. Now, some decided not to be Americans and they wanted to be Mexicans. You know what happened? Deport! They got thrown from their lands and sent down to Mexico. Oh, you want to be Mexican? Then get your ass back down to the south of the border. And that, my friends, is how Americans dealt with illegal Mexicans. With that being said, I think it's fantastic that we have, streets in Spanish. I get it. California is beautiful. We just need to get rid of all these illegal immigrants. And I can guarantee you, traffic will be a lot better without all these millions of illegal immigrants. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. See, in the United States of America, we had this system where we looked at the growth that was going to happen in the United States, here in Washington, the West Coast, 10 years, 10-year plan. And so we're building these freeways to make traffic better, faster. You know, they're moving faster, be able to get to work faster, back and forth, blah, blah, blah. But, unfortunately, millions of illegal immigrants came in all at once. Can't have that. Can't have that. Matter of fact, I never lost. No, Manny, you're being selfish. You're being a selfish beaner right now. I never forget my roots. My roots taught me to respect the land that I live in. And I'm going to tell you something. The only way that I'm going to let you get away with being illegal in this country is that you say that the United States of America is the greatest country on earth. Then maybe, just maybe then, I will probably support you a little bit, just a little bit. But until then, get your ass back to Mexico. If you believe Mexicans made this country, why don't you go make Mexico great again? Take one of my hats and tell people that Mexico is called America. That way, Mexico could probably be great. Now, with that being said, I don't want to offend all Mexican descent people. Mexico truly is beautiful. It really is. It is morons like this that make it bad. Okay? I want you to understand this, American people. In Honduras, they used to teach us civics. Now, we don't want to discipline the children in school. Now they want to be politically correct and all this bullshit. But I'm from a generation that they were still teaching the truth. And the oath that I made was not only to Honduras. I still love Honduras, but I'm not under the jurisdiction of Honduran government. Maybe someday in the future, I'll probably go back and, renounce to my American citizenship or whatever and, become just a 100% back Honduran person. But until that happens, the oath that I made was to respect, honor, and love the land that provides for me and my family. And today, my friends, that is the United States of America. So you see, I'm not a coconut. I'm not a sellout. I'm not a traitor. As a matter of fact, let me just tell you this. Right, wrong, I don't know what the hell you're saying there, but before you actually get that message out, I'm just going to put you in timeout. 30 minutes. Go clear your head. I'm going to tell you this. These people just like to suffer, bro. I swear they come in here just to get my attention so that I can kick them out. That's all they come here for. I know, guys. I know. And by the way, guys, I want to say thank you. We're almost at 20 what was it? 20,000 what? 20,876. We're almost at 21,000 members. Little by little, we're climbing up there. Chugga, 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 chugga. You know what I'm saying? We're getting there. Oh, snap. I love ya long. La raza for Trump. Let's go, baby. No, I never shut up. That's why this channel continues to move forward. Hey, by the way, guys, I made a live yesterday in my car. Man, can you believe we actually hit 90,000 views? I can't believe it. 90,000 views. Yes, it took us 4 hours, but nonetheless, 90,000 views. And today, which I think is better than yesterday for some reason, we got 65,000. What's going on? What is going on? Graham, why you here, bro? Why you here? I see the same trolls. No matter where I go, I see the same hoes. Ah, the 90s. What a great season. But my favorite is always the 80s. Here, hold on. Let me read this. The meme says, if you Jason Martin, the general, is in the house. Don't be so hard on them, Jason. Give him a 50% chance. 50%. Let me read the meme here. Meme says, if you truly felt that you loved our country, I don't know who the fuck you are, but I'm assuming that you're talking about the United States of America. If you truly felt that you loved our country, why didn't you serve in the military? Why have you never volunteered or done anything to serve the United States of America other than create chaos? You know what I find interesting? It's that you believe, that you believe that I create chaos. Interesting take. Ever since I started doing my show, I have always spoken very well of American citizens, especially those who love this country. I have shown my loyalty to the United States of America. Every word that comes out of my mouth is for the United States of America. I have proven over and over that I put the United States of America before my own native country. Something that libtards can't even do, even though they're born here. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. Second of all, you say I create chaos. You're asking why I didn't serve in the military. Well, when I was 18, I tried. I wanted to be in the army. I wanted to be the warrior that is in my blood. I saw myself going into war, fighting, killing as many of our enemies, and dying for this country. Let me tell you something. Now, listen. I don't know how you think or how you are. I don't know if you joined the military, if you did. I don't know if you joined the military with the idea of, I'm going to have a free education. Oh, I'm going to have a nice salary. Oh, I'm going to have a nice pension. Oh, I'm going to have a... I don't care what you thought about serving in the military. But let me tell you why I went and signed up. Now, I was rejected, but that's okay. I wanted to sign up for the military because I literally, and it's not a suicidal thought, I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. I literally wanted to go abroad and die as a hero, as an American hero. Do you understand? I literally wanted to fight in the United States of America's military to go die for this country. Whether I think it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. My decision was for this United States of America. See, that's the difference between me and you fake-ass patriots and libtards. Believe me, I don't mean to to demise your service. I know some of you veterans that have PTSD and have problems. I know. And you know I love you. I know you've seen your brothers fall in war. I know you saw people being shot, blown to pieces. I got you. But even though I didn't serve in the military, I already shared this story many times. I see my family members cut to pieces by gangbangers. Shotgun to the face. I've seen this. Fentanyl killing my family. I got some sort of PTSD apparently somewhere in there. It comes out once in a while. And just like they called you when you were being in boot camp, you little pussies, grow some balls and learn what it means to serve your country. With that being said, my mentality to join the military wasn't to have a nice uniform. No, my mentality, the whole reason for my being, for trying to be in the military, was to go kill some enemies and die doing it. Reminds me of a movie. You guys remember the movie The Patriot? A movie made by Mel Gibson. They're enlisting all these civilians to fight against the Brits. And this guy brings in his son, little redheaded kid, I think it was. He says, "What are you here for, son?" He says, "I'm going to kill me some redcoats." Listen, let me ask you a question. If you're a veteran, put a 1 on the chat. Now, don't be giving me no stolen valor either. If you're a veteran, you serve in the military, put a 1 on the chat. I have a question for you. Left or right, it doesn't matter. I have a question for you. If you serve in the military, I have a question for you. By what I told you, I'm sure you know the answer. Yeah. I know my vets on the side, on the right side. Okay. All right, Michael, thank you for your service. Kenneth, thank you for your service. Gun owners are part of the militia. That is correct. So a uniform in the military, the Air Force, Army, all that stuff, it's just a uniform. The fact that you can have a gun and defend this country is fantastic. Now, can you please tell me, why did you sign up for the military? Like, be honest, whether it was education, money, or you just wanted to go and kill some redcoats. Metaphorically speaking. Why did you enlist in the military? No, you don't have to ask for forgiveness. You don't have to be in the military to be a patriot of this country. But when the time comes, if, listen this, let me tell you, let me read the oath. Okay? Let me read the oath because a lot of people don't understand. Okay? A lot of these libtards, they think that you have to serve in the military in order to be a patriot. But that's not what the oath says. Check this out. Michael Hunter, Desert Storm, man, we didn't like that war, but we supported you 100%, soldier. Thank you for your service. We don't like any of these wars, man. We don't like the Gulf War. We don't like all of that stuff. We don't like it, but we still support you, our military people. We love you. We really do. We don't support war, just so you know. We don't support war, but we love our soldiers. Does that make sense? I want you to understand that. Okay. It doesn't matter if you serve or not. Let me tell you something. Dennis talking about killing people but never served. Anyways, I'm going to ignore that stupid comment. Listen what it says. To become an American citizen, a patriot of this country. I always read this to you guys, but you guys never pay attention. Listen very carefully. What makes you an American citizen? You ready? Here we go. I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and adjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen. Now, this is obviously for migrants becoming American citizens, okay? But I will get to the part where that is for every American citizen. Because maybe you never made this oath because you never served in the military, but this is what the oath says. So don't let these libtards try to intimidate you and try to make you feel less because you didn't serve in the military. They're fucktards. Don't listen to them. Here is what it says. I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Now, I want you to pay attention to that part of the oath. I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. One of the laws of the United States of America is an immigration law. This is to stop and avoid foreigners from coming to our country illegally. They have no legal rights in this country. The Constitution is addressed to protect the American citizens. Therefore, any child born of illegal immigrants are not citizens of this country. I know it hurts your feelings, but it's the truth. It is what it is. We will defend America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. You see, there was a lot of soldiers that went to war and couldn't wait to come back. Some of them were deserters. Some of them couldn't muster being in service in the military. The atrocities that you saw in war, tell me, how would you compare a grenade blowing up one of your brothers in arms or opening a garbage bag with your cousin cut into pieces? How do you compare that? How do you compare somebody gets shot and getting killed in war and seeing your cousin dead, shotgun to the face where you can recognize him? How do you compare that? You think that you're judging me righteously because you think that I should serve in the military. But in reality, who's more American? You that supposedly serve in the military? With what intention? You obviously regret doing it, so you wiped away your own honor. You're a deserter of the United States of America. You swore an oath to follow the orders of the commander-in-chief. You know what I really liked about Wally Brown, our Navajo native elder? Is that he said, I made an oath. Until this day, that oath has not expired. So if you serve in the military, but you're turning against the commander-in-chief, whether you like him or not, is irrelevant. But you turn on your commander-in-chief, you are a fucking deserter. You are a fucking traitor. Do you understand that, soldier? Fucking idiots. I will bear true faith and allegiance to the United States of America. I will bear arms on behalf of the United States of America. Key, when required by law. Doesn't mean that I have to do it. That I will perform non-combat service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law. That I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law. There's always a choice. And that I take this obligation freely. Now I know my words sound very hard for a lot of people out there. But that's because you have lost your balls. Like, for example, Hammerman has traded his balls for a big mangina. He is now a vagina holder. Good for you. Make America great again. A terrorist group, says Joe fucking Buckley. What an ignorant son of a bitch. Somehow it feels so freely to, so good to be able to let these words out without my boss censoring me. You guys are so retarded. I'm going to tell you, man, if you're an American citizen, you love this country, ignore my language. All this language is meant to all these fucking ungrateful American retards. It is meant for all these illegal immigrants that come into our chats. It is against every foreign and domestic hater that is against the United States of America. Fuck them all. With that being said, all of you guys who serve in the military, who are against the commander-in-chief, should be ashamed of yourself. Oh, man. Our veteran Reed says, look at Democrats serving in office. Open borders, fraud in the form of taxpayers' money embezzlement. I'm telling you, man, this pussies think that I don't have veterans behind me. I have a lot of veterans with bigger balls than they've ever seen in their life. I have men on my side who have more honor than they will ever be able to carry in their entire life. My American veterans are very special to me. You know why? First of all, it starts with the sacrifice of enlisting in the military. Second, the time away from family. And third, they're actually going into the Army knowing that they may be called into war and give their lives away. For us, representing the United States of America, it doesn't matter if we have libtards or not. Those are the veterans that I love. And fourth, and more importantly, they have seen some atrocities. They are dealing with PTSD. And they are dealing with all these problems. And they continue to support the United States of America. Do not turn their back on their president, commander-in-chief, and the American citizens. If you are not with us, you are with Democrats. If you want to claim the whole independent side, suit yourself, you're still against us. Pick a side. There's no choice. You got to pick a side. If America is bad, I'll be ashamed to represent America. And if I am ashamed to represent America, then I don't belong here. I will move to a country where I feel that that's where I am going to be proud of. But I'm very proud of the United States of America and everything that it stands for. With that being said, let's go ahead and listen to our next clip here. And by the way, this is a actually veteran who has been reinstated to duty. Love you, sir. Thank you for your service.
The Supreme Court has handed President Trump some big wins on immigration lately, allowing him to fast-track deportations and end Biden-era protections. But we're still waiting on the court's major decision on birthright citizenship, which could come as early as tomorrow. But Fox News polling shows most voters believe children of illegal immigrants who are born in the U.S. should be citizens. Joining us now is Texas Congressman Brandon Gill, who sits on the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman, thank you for joining us. I think, we talked about that Fox News poll. I think that the nuance to the issue are things like this birthright tourism and this idea of what we call anchor babies, like coming here illegally, breaking our laws with the intent of having a child here in order to scapegoat those laws. And I think that's a real issue. Just don't know if the president and the administration made their best argument to the Supreme Court to get this upheld.
I think that's exactly right. If you ask most Americans, do you believe that an illegal alien who traverses across South America, passes through multiple countries, shows up at our southern border, crosses over, and has a child, if that child should be an American citizen just like anybody else in our country, I think most people would say no. If you ask them, do you believe that a Chinese national who flies into the United States for the sole purpose of having a child, if that child should be an American citizen, most people would say no. And I hope that the Supreme Court recognizes that. You know, for most of American history, we've always recognized that there are certain people who don't fall under that category of citizens. For instance, the children of an invading army, the children of a Native American tribe that maintains tribal relationships. The children of diplomats, for instance, have not been considered American citizens or have not been given American citizenship simply because they're born here. And I think that the same logic applies to the children of illegal aliens who never should have been in our country to begin with.
Congressman Kevin Corke here. I'm glad you mentioned what has been happening for quite some time with Chinese nationals. I don't think a lot of Americans are quite as aware as they should be that this is something that has been happening. It's pernicious. We're talking about thousands who keep coming, and they can literally change the politics of this very nation if this is not addressed. But I am curious what happens from your perspective for those who have come here, again, before they have visited this, and they've come here, they've been here illegally, they've had a child or children. What happens to them?
Well, I think that we certainly all recognize that birth tourism is a problem, as you just mentioned. I mean, the idea that children from our number one geopolitical adversary or citizens of our number one geopolitical adversary should come into the United States for the purpose of having babies who can then later on vote in American elections, and we know this is happening at a scale that is hard to fathom.
How can you ignore that? How can you ignore the logic? There's so much common sense. If the Supreme Court doesn't vote in favor, how the hell can you ignore that? How can you say to your enemies, hey, F you, but come and bring your pregnant women, have babies in America, indoctrinate them to hate the United States of America, and take them back to your country, bring them back when they're of age so that they can vote on the elections and tell us Americans how this country should be run. Tell me that doesn't, oh boy. I've always said this. The Supreme Court has gotten this wrong since the 60s, I think, is when they did that. They are wrong. It is stupid to think that our forefathers thought that it would be a great idea to give our enemies the easy way to make American citizens that will be traitors to this land. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It doesn't. Any idiot that believes the Constitution of the United States of America belongs to the world, you're a fucking idiot. There's no other way to look at it. You're a fucking idiot.
Thousands upon thousands upon thousands every single year. That's a real problem, and that's something that fundamentally undermines the meaning of American citizenship and fundamentally tears apart our social fabric and needs to be addressed. I think that, whenever you look at illegal aliens, you have a similar issue. So this is something that we're looking at, and that we're, I hope that the Supreme Court recognizes these very real problems and recognizes that the Constitution is not a suicide pact for the American people, but something that should be followed in order to uphold and sustain law and order in the United States.
Certainly. Congressman Gill.
This fucking Muslim on the chat, Habla Bangora. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking traitor. We don't want your garbage on here. Trying to tell me how to interpret the American Constitution. Fucking Muslims just want to destroy Western civilization, so shut the hell up. Americans, don't be stupid. Don't let these dumb-ass terrorists come into our chat and convince you that we are bad people, because we're not. We're just trying to defend the innocent and to defend this great nation that gives so much to the world. Fuck these people.
I want to ask you about the Texas Democrat Convention, where they rallied behind Senate candidate, our friend James Tallarico, and appear to be embracing the party's extremism. Take a look.
We believe in solidarity. Oligarchs and all of their money will never defeat it.
These billionaires and their puppets have the wrong state of mind.
Next time they say that James is trans, we're all trans. When they say James is a gay tofu-eating vegan, we're all gay tofu-eating vegans. When they say James is going to hell, we're all going to hell.
Bro, you heard it, right? That's your Democratic Party. That's the way the Democratic Party... Listen, if you're a Democrat right now, this is your chance. Walk away from the bullshit party. It's not a Democrat Party anymore, I can tell you that. I supported a Democratic Party. This is not a Democratic Party. Here is your chance to walk away from that bullshit. You are self-destructing. Did you hear that? If you call yourself a Christian and you're saying that you are a transgender, if the Democrat leaders are transgender, what are you saying? He just said it. If they're going to hell, then we're all going to hell. Are you really part of that party? Come on. Come on, prove me wrong. Prove to me that you have common sense. Walk away from all that demonic garbage. User, you are not welcome in my chat. You have been an annoyance. I'm telling you. I don't know where David Blackburn comes in here for. He's an idiot too. You belong to those libtards. You're just as much of an asshole as they are. But what I just find crazy is that there is a lot of people, not the majority, but there is a lot of people who follow this satanical party. Oh man, I'm telling you, if you wanna save your soul, you have to believe in God, and you have to believe that Jesus Christ is, he's the Son of God, and that he came and died for your sins, and he's the only way, truth, and life. If you don't believe that, you're not going to heaven, period. But you don't have to do anything. You don't have to believe in Satan. You don't have to believe on evil. You don't have to do any of that. you are not going to heaven, and you're sure going directly to hell. You don't have to believe in it. Used to be proud of JFK Democrat. I don't know this Democrat. Absolutely. Johnny, thank you for that. Absolutely. They don't exist. They've been destroyed. And the worst thing is that the gullible mentality of those corrupted politicians of the Democratic Party, they have caused their demise, their own demise. You're getting Democrats that are full hardcore communists. No joke. I'm not too worried yet because we have the majority of patriots. Listen to me. Let me make one thing very clear. Not every American is going to be a Christian. Not every American is going to be perfect. Not any ethnicity is going to be the right way to be. But any American that stands for the liberty, that stands for the American Constitution and the laws, that is who we want to hold hands with. You understand? I don't care about your belief, your soul. That's between you and God. But the liberty and freedoms of this country, that's our duty to defend. Regardless of race, gender, or whatever the hell you want to call yourself. If you don't stand to defend American values, you're going to lose your country. So I am glad that I have enough Americans and that we have enough patriots. People will still use common sense. I'm glad we still have that. All right, so for you noobs, for the noobs that just came here to troll the channel without knowing what the hell they're talking about. If you don't understand what communism is, these guys, why don't you go look at the history of Cuba? Why don't you go look at the history of Venezuela? Go look at the history of Russia, of any communist country today. Go look at their fucking history. They started as socialist. Every single one of them. You go find out what communism is if you don't know what that means. Just like you call us fascists, but you don't even know what the hell that is. America first, but you have to understand something. Israel is the only country fighting against Islamic terrorists. Is that clear? Israel is our friend, our ally, and we need to continue to support Israel. Let me rewind this a little bit. Let's continue.
Of our number one geopolitical adversary should come into the United States for the purpose of having
Letitia James. Right. That's one of the biggest examples we have. Look at Letitia James in New York City. She is scary of Mandani. During the elections the past week, the Dems think they can control this Frankenstein. They can't. Like I said, they have created their own demise. There's no way of saving the Democratic Party. They're cooked.
Who can then later on vote in American elections, and we know this is happening at a scale that is hard to fathom, thousands upon thousands upon thousands every single year. That's a real problem, and that's something that fundamentally undermines the meaning of American citizenship and fundamentally tears apart our social fabric and needs to be addressed. I think that, whenever you look at illegal aliens, you have a similar issue. So this is something that we're looking at, and that we're, I hope that the Supreme Court recognizes these very real problems and recognizes that the Constitution is not a suicide pact for the American people, but something that should be followed in order to uphold and sustain law and order in the United States.
Certainly. Congressman Gill, I want to ask you about the Texas Democrat Convention, where they rallied behind Senate candidate, our friend James Tallarico, and appear to be embracing the party's extremism. Take a look.
We believe in solidarity. The oligarchs and all of their money will never defeat it.
These billionaires and their puppets have the wrong state of mind.
Next time they say that James is trans, we're all trans. When they say James is a gay tofu-eating vegan, we're all gay tofu-eating vegans. When they say James is going to hell, we're all going to hell.
Congratulations.
Congressman, that was weird. I don't know if anybody has called James Tallarico trans, so it's weird that they even put that out there. It's just so bizarre to me. I mean, as a Texan, what do you make of that, and do you think that's going to sway any opinions?
Well, you know, your campaign pitch being based on all Democrats, this is in their own words, by the way, all Democrats are transgender, tofu-eating vegans who are bound for hell is one heck of a bold strategy, especially in Texas, of all places, whenever I think Texans are looking for some common sense, some decency, somebody who's going to represent, I think, conservative values, not go to Washington and focus on a non-binary God, on there being 6 sexes, whatever those 6 are, and focusing on our apparent need, according to James Tallarico, to have a welcome mat on our southern border. But it shows you how just wildly out of touch the Democrat Party is to be running not only a candidate who's crazy like Tallarico, but embracing this messaging across the board is genuinely insane.
Congressman Gill, let's switch gears. We'll talk a place that's really in touch with normal people, which is the Great American State Fair. And in particular, we got to see the Texas booth. It includes a replica space capsule and the Alamo. Here's my question. You're raising young kids in America. In addition to just living in the great state of Texas, what are your strategies for communicating to them what is important about this country as they grow up?
Well, I think we communicate that to them every day, and making sure that they realize that they do live in the greatest country on the face of the earth, the greatest civilization that has ever been created. And that's something that Danielle, my wife, and I try to be very clear with our kids about. Now they're really young, 3 years old and 1 year old, but I think that that's something that they're going to see as they grow up. And also recognize that, you know, we have an incredible culture in the United States. We live with so many freedoms, so much dignity in this country, and that's something that we ought to love, be patriotic about, and we should seek to preserve or conserve as conservatives. And I think that's what this Great American State Fair is all about. It's all about loving this incredible country that we're so blessed to be in.
Congressman Brandon Gill, I couldn't agree more. I had a conversation earlier today about amputees and war abroad, and it's like, listen, there isn't a greater country in the world to have something like that happen to you. I mean, just that alone is kind of like that little caveat of like, would you want to be sick anywhere but here? Would you want to be injured anywhere but here? Because the baseline is so high. Brandon Gill, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for being a proud American.
And with that, I want to be able to share our brother Ryan's Max Afterburner channel has a new clip for us today. We'll watch part of it, not the whole thing. If you guys want to watch the whole thing, go visit his channel and look for him at Max Afterburner USA. Great American Patriot with great video content, information that you might find interesting. Iran's mullahs just crossed a red line and can't turn back. Let's take a listen to what this patriot has to say about it. Love this guy.
It's June 29th, 2026. Welcome to the video, everybody. This footage right here was on June 27th, but this is what it looks like when 10 Iranian military targets go bye-bye from Navy and Air Force fighter jets, working through them in 90 minutes. We're talking radar sites, drone storage, mine laying platforms, communication nodes, air defense infrastructure. 2 of those targets were also brand new. The IRGC built them during the ceasefire. Oh, the IRGC adding to your real estate portfolio. Very nice. Well, sorry about that. I think the real broker at this point is the United States military. So the U.S. military, ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, found out they existed, were rebuilt, and then removed them from the planet before the IRGC could really even use these things. The F-35 likely went in first, high, fast, invisible, first look, first shot. F-16 Wild Weasels could have been right behind them. HARMs, those are the missiles that hunt every radar that dared turn on. And then somewhere in that strike package, almost certainly, the platform that's made exactly for this, the F-15E Strike Eagle, 23,000 pounds of precision ordnance. That's the aircraft that flew in combat, doing what it does, but then Iran is going to hit back. Missiles and drones at Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. That's the base where American airmen are working every single day. Missiles at the U.S. 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, the nerve center of U.S. naval power in the Persian Gulf. But looks like none of those actually did any damage, according to CENTCOM. Then the IRGC issued this statement afterwards. They said any enemy aggression, whatever the pretext, even against insignificant targets, will have a crushing response. A crushing response from the force that just lost 10 sites in one night, from the force whose supreme leader was eliminated on day one of this war. And then President Trump went on Truth Social and he said this, quote, "There may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist." And I know a lot of you have called for that to happen for a long time. But why are we seeing this right now? Why are we seeing this back and forth? Well, it's because the Trump administration wants to open up the global economy. They don't want a global recession to happen. Obviously, that would be bad for everyone. So that's what they're trying to prevent. Will hostilities kick back off, though, due to the fact that Iran can't be bargained with? I'd say it's always an option. And we're going to get into all of that throughout this video, the strike packages, and now Iran requested an emergency meeting in Doha. So pretty interesting, huh? They want an emergency meeting right now. So are there different factions in Iran that are fighting with each other and Iran actually needs some help with it? That could be the case. But also stay for the global roundup. It's about 3/4 of the way through the video. Ukraine put 660 drones in the air in one night. And Russia is scrambling, shot down most of them, but some of them got through, hitting some very precise sites in Moscow. We'll cover that during the global roundup about 3/4 of the way through the video. But let's rewind 96 hours because the sequencing here matters and it gives us context. So on June 25th, IRGC attacked the Singapore-flagged cargo vessel MV Ever Lovely with a one-way attack drone as it exited the Strait of Hormuz along Oman's coast. That was a ship operating in the Oman MOU safe corridor, so it was down the southern area where it was supposed to be able to operate. CENTCOM then struck Iranian targets in response. Iran was given an explicit chance to stand down. Okay, you struck these ships, we struck your sites, stand down. But Iran did not. Oh, imagine that. Iran actually stepping up instead of standing down, at least stepping up in the nefarious ways that they do. So on June 27th at 4:30 a.m. Eastern, the IRGC launched a second attack drone that struck the Panama flag tanker MT Kiku, yeah, you guys know what I mean, carrying more than 2 million barrels of crude oil near the strait. 2 million barrels Qatari oil bound for Fujairah in the UAE, hit by the same force that co-signed a deal with the country that mediated it. Do you guys see how crazy, how insane it is? So who's actually in charge in Iran? I think it's pretty clear. It might not be the people that are actually signing these MOUs. Why would they strike a tanker of Qatar who helped negotiate the deal and negotiate the MOU? Or could it be a rogue faction, rogue generals that Tehran can't control anymore? CENTCOM responded within hours with a 10-target, 90-minute strike package, surveillance infrastructure, communication systems, air defense sites, drone storage, mine laying capabilities, targets at Qashem Island and Surik region, all those little islands that we've seen in the targeting imagery that are there to try to protect the Strait of Hormuz and execute the tolls that the IRGC wants. Iran then launched missiles and drones against Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait and the 5th Fleet headquarters, naval support activity in Bahrain. They claimed that they destroyed 8 U.S. military facilities, as they do. Yeah, we totally destroyed them. If you watch the footage, it's like a little drone hits a building. It's not nothing, but it's definitely not destroying. CENTCOM reported no casualties, no significant damage. By Sunday, both sides quietly agreed to stand down and reconvene in Doha on June 30th for technical talks. The agreement happened roughly 4 hours after President Trump posted what we just read on Truth Social: the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist, which obviously Iran doesn't want that to happen. They don't want to get hit at all, but their rogue generals might be making them take a few more punches. But here's the tactical problem. The Strait of Hormuz region is one of the most densely contested pieces of airspace on Earth right now. 4 months of active conflict have given the IRGC every opportunity to adapt, relocate, harden, and rebuild their air defense network. Surface-to-air missiles, coastal radar infrastructure, drone launch platforms, mine-laying boats, hidden among commercial traffic. So, oh, the commercial traffic, it's just fishing vessels. They're like, why is there 12 mines strapped to the side of that fishing boat? And they're like, it's for sharks, okay? There's a lot of sharks in the Persian Gulf, and we're just protecting ourselves. Just do as we say, not as we do. But somehow in 90 minutes on the night of June 27th, the U.S. military put 10 of those targets all the way to the floor, leveled, without losing a single aircraft. And here's likely how that happens. F-35A and F-35C, Air Force and Naval F-35s go in first. These are the aircraft that rewrite what's possible in contested airspace.
Hey, now I don't want to really cut him off too much, but let me tell you, man, I saw these planes in person. And as you guys were watching my live from Hawaii, right? From Pearl Harbor, remember that time where I jumped into that big ass plane? It was a huge plane. I jumped in that cockpit. I don't know how these big giant Americans fit in there. Maybe they're small pilots. I don't know, but I can tell you, I'm only 6'1". I am a little bit fat, but I'm only 6'1". I jump on this cockpit. Bro, it was so small. It's almost claustrophobic. So as you see here, this pilot in the cockpit, it's a very small place, and they have to sit in that small place for hours and hours. And their dogfights and their missions in that little tiny seat. Not comfortable at all. These guys are phenomenal, man. Hats off, man. God bless. Man, I just, people think that I'm kissing ass. Bro, it's just calling an ace an ace and a spade a spade. American soldiers, bro, the patriot, bro, you guys are hats off, man. I love the United States military. Those who serve this country unconditionally are phenomenal and have my utmost respect. They honor us by serving. I'm telling you, I have no words. There's no words to describe how I feel about these heroes, man. I don't care if you were the one, cleaning the engine or tuning. Bro, even better. Even more of an honor to have your engineering skills, your mechanical skills. You guys are every single level of service in the military. Man, God bless the USA. That's all I can say. God bless the USA, man.
Space. 5th generation stealth sensor fusion that sees everything before anything sees it. Precision guided munitions delivered from angles the IRGC's radar just can't see the F-35 from. The F-35 sneaks in, walks through the front door of a building whose security system is advanced but really can't see anything. It's like the F-35 spray paints the cameras before it even goes in. So against an IRGC radar site or an air defense node on Kashim Island, let's say, the F-35's job is simple. Find it, fix it, finish the job before any picture comes together for these radar operators. And then right behind it, the F-16 Block 50 or 52 Wild Weasel configuration. This is the seed suppression of enemy air defenses aircraft. For you acronym junkies that just needed that, you're welcome, giving you your daily fix of acronyms. This thing's got HARM missiles attached to it. The most dangerous thing that a radar operator can see as the last frame on their radar is the F-16 CJ. The HARM locks onto the emissions of any active radar and rides that signal all the way home. The message is simple. If you turn your radar on, you go bye-bye. F-16 Wild Weasels have been prosecuting this exact mission for months in CENTCOM AOR. They know the terrain, they know the night targeting, and they know how to take down these threats. They are the door kickers who make sure that every subsequent platform can work freely. Speaking of...
Man, see, that's what I'm talking about, technology. That's what I'm talking about, technology. The military, these libtards don't understand how advanced the actual technology is from our military today. I mean, their satellites, these telescope cameras that they have, bro. Man, they can see your birthmark. They can see a beauty mark on your nose from outer space. These guys are, man, the technology is so there, bro. And if we need to put boots on the ground, I am sure every single American soldier, knows what they're signing up for. Maybe back in the days, right? Maybe, back in the days when they probably didn't give all this truth out there. Every single young American that signs up to serve in the military knows exactly the type of dangers that they're going to encounter. And they are willing to make that sacrifice. Maybe they're just as dumb as I was or I am today. Because if I can go in and kill our enemies, as many as I can before I die in the battle, and I can receive that greatest honor, I mean, that's a better way to go in this life. It's always, it's good to be thankful to God for every day that we have. And if you live 100 years and you die of just old age naturally, fantastic. God bless you for that. But I think that there is no better way, no more honorable way, not a better way, no more honorable way than to die in combat serving the country that you love. I'm crazy like that. But, if we're going to go, we better go down fighting. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I believe. Anyways, let's go ahead and see if we can watch a little bit more of his report.
Made Iran again, right? Completely crushed hundreds of targets again, bridges, power plants. But then we'd probably be looking at some sort of a global depression where oil prices would be massive. Right now, they're relatively low. They're coming down to levels that they were even before the conflict. But it looks like there might be some price gouging from oil companies. So that's something that needs to be looked at very closely. But right now, the structural vulnerability is more of the different radar sites, the homes of these generals. Maybe just a nice little picture of where this General Tangziri, General Tuna, is sleeping, basically looking at his little coral reef where he happens to be sleeping, just slipping him that photo and saying, hey, you might not want to close down the Strait of Hormuz. You can see the different places where they can hide these different drones. There's just so many different places to do it. I mean, it's basically like you could go noodling there, stick your hand in the bank of the Strait of Hormuz, and you'd basically pull out a fast attack boat or a drone instead of a catfish. Anybody else seen this noodling thing happen? It's pretty wild to see. I mean, the size of these catfish, we got to just take a second and acknowledge how amazing that is. But every time General Tuna and Iran rebuild or relocate those assets, USISR has a job to do, and that is find it. So this is why I've been really big, a huge proponent of getting advanced drones into the region, like the Shield AI XBAT drone that has AI hive mind that can talk to multiple of these drones, combine ISR pictures, and help all the different drones in the area actually spot what's going on. Their whole job is to find, track, and remove these different IRGC assets before the IRGC even knows they're being targeted. Just pumping that information to F-35s, pumping it to F-16 CJs. This is the way that you really hit these generals where it hurts, where you really hit them in the pocketbook, is being able to take away their ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. And that brings us to the global roundup, my friends. So while the world's looking at the Strait of Hormuz, President Zelensky in Ukraine quietly did something that's making the Kremlin a little bit uncomfortable. He announced a 40-day influence operation led by the security services in Ukraine to strike strategic Russian targets with drones. And just recently, in one night, Russia had to shoot down 660 Ukrainian drones across 12 regions. Massive. I mean, the drone campaign is being stepped up on a whole new level by Ukraine, and they're hitting strategic targets. They're hitting military factories that help build ballistic missiles, drones, etc. The gloves are being taken off with Ukraine and Russia at this point. I'll be covering this more in specific dedicated videos, so definitely tune in for those. That brings us to the 40 chess strategic analysis section, my friends. So what does Iran actually want? And what are they doing? What is the technique? What is the strategy? Because we know General Tangziri in the Strait of Hormuz doesn't want any ships using that southern Oman corridor. That's the routing that was set up by the framework in the MOU to allow commercial transits to happen without control of the IRGC. So they're trying to get that to stop at all costs. Their goal now, harass these ships, make them feel like they can't transit unless they go to the northern route. So the US Navy now has a massive job to do. So even though we're in this time where the southern highway should be protected, now the US Navy has to step up and fully protect it while we see what happens in the Strait of Hormuz with the IRGC potentially even being in control of the leadership in Tehran. I think what we'll notice here in the next week or so is who's actually in control of Iran definitively. Is it the actual negotiators in Tehran, or is it General Tangziri and his band of evil tunas? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're tunas with freaking laser beams strapped to their head at this point. So what will we see play out? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you think we'll just see more strikes, more tit-for-tat strikes to keep that international waterway at least somewhat open? Would love to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the...
Man, God bless Ryan. Max Afterburner. It's funny how he came up with that name. He explained that before. We'll see what kind of news we get tomorrow. When the Supreme Court gives us their answer. I, for one, believe that if there is anything that I can grab from what's happening in this world, all these wars, battles, illegal immigration, narcos, cartels, all this stuff that's happening, human trafficking, sex trafficking, all the things, all the problems that we have today. I don't know how the Supreme Court would continue to support the erroneous idea that any foreigner can come into our country and make American enemies of the United States of America. Does that make sense? Our enemies can make American enemies of the United States of America. Am I phrasing that right? Does that make sense to you, patriots? What's funny is that I made this video. Let me see if I can find it just for my own amusement. Let me see if I can find this video real quick. Just for my own amusement here. Let's see, view channel. I want to show you an old video. One of my first videos that I made. Let's see if I can find it quick enough. Not that. Let's see. About a year ago, I made a few videos, okay? One of them, I got, you ready for this? I got 20 views. 20 views. And it says, Washington State raising taxes again. I got another video with 17 views that says, Democrats fighting the American people. Hashtag sad. Hashtag USA. Another video from a year ago, of course, 23 views. Taxes, Sanctuary City, Washington State. Naturalized U.S. citizen, oath to the United States of America, blah, 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 blah. J.D. Vance and Trump try to help Zelensky. Big, beautiful bill. I got another video called The Spirit of Cain. Oh, boy. Here, let me share my page so you guys can laugh with me. Let me share my page so you guys can laugh with me, okay? I know that you guys normally don't go and visit, but becoming an American citizen, that's me with no goatee, no hair on the face at all. This is illegal immigrants claim California is Mexico land. Trump breaks from Elon. Beautiful Nancy Pelosi with her fake-ass mask. Representative Melissa Hortman shot. These are actually, some of them are audios. This one is video. And only 48 views. But check this out. Let's go ahead and let's play this one. I am very good at figuring things out. And I'm going to tell you right now. Look at this guy. For years, I called it. And I have told many people, Democrats are no longer Democrats. They are communists. And I find it interesting. A lot of Americans are waking up to this truth. President Donald Trump just made an announcement. He is not going to give up on Americans, and he's going to fight for Americans, and he's not going to let some turds from Mexico and other countries that came here illegally destroy America like they did Canadians, like they did Venezuela, like they did in China, like they did in Russia. Wait, a year ago I was saying this? You mean I haven't changed my mind? This a year ago. This how much, well, there's a filter on it, but this how much you age when you start talking too much politics. There's reasons why people decide to break off the treaty that ended the Mexican-American War. It gave us the territory that we have today. We won. We conquered it. Mexicans just kept getting in debt. We took those debts. We paid them off. This is our country. A lot of Mexicans that got to stay here became citizens, but it's no longer Mexico, so their lands got taken away from them. And they got to start off like everybody else. But a lot of Mexicans were allowed to become citizens of America. And their children, of course, born here out of a citizen parents, also are American. But where's the disconnect? The disconnect is when these Mexican parents stop teaching their children to be patriotic to the United States of America. Hats off to you patriots out there that are Honduran American, Mexican American, Asian American, anything that has been naturalized, or anything, I'm sorry, anybody that has been naturalized in this country. God bless you. I am with you, and let's hold hands together. Let's make this country great again. It's not just a slogan. This is what we want America to be. And for years and years and decades, this country has been taken advantage of. And you can see it right now. This last couple of weeks, especially in LA, we've seen some garbage over here in Seattle, but Antifa has been with this a long time ago, so it's not news. A lot of Mexicans, a lot of Hispanics are not out there protesting. That's the ones that we want to keep. But there's a lot of Mexicans, and I see them. They're rebellious children, rebellious teenagers. They give you this look like you owe them money. They're just so mad and angry. You know, and of course, you as an adult, as an elder, I mean, I'm almost half a century old. And by the way, tomorrow is my birthday. This video will probably air out tomorrow. Oh shit! This is when I turned 49 last year. I doubt I'm gonna be able to put it all together. I'll try not to do too much edits. I'll try to leave it as raw as I can, so that way it's easier for me to just post and make it public. But you know, I am proud to be an American, and I wish that more people did that. Those that come from other countries, because this communist thing, it's real, and it's gonna hit hard. And I can only pray to God and hope and wish that it's not the time yet. Jesus Christ is coming soon. I hope it's not yet. If you don't know what the purpose in your life is, the purpose in your life is to prove to God that you trust Him, that you will not do what Lucifer did, that you will not turn against Him. And many have turned against Him. But this is the reason why Jesus Christ came to die on the cross for our sins. He knows that our bodies are weak, but He also knows that our spirit is strong, and we long to be back with God. We long to be back with our angel brothers. And I know we say brothers, but that's just a generalization. In heaven, there is no gender. They're all spirits. Angels are spirits. There's no flesh. There's no flesh to determine, a sex. There is no sex. Nobody's having sex in heaven. The biggest lie the Muslims and the Islam religion tell the people, to the men specifically, they're going to have 10, 100 virgins up in heaven. That's not true. What are you going to do with 10 virgins if nobody has any sex? Nothing. And on top of that, they say that women are nothing. There's nothing for them but to serve men. And so many women follow this tradition and this culture. Oh, boy. I don't understand. But evil has never been understood anyway. They don't even understand each other. They don't know themselves. But we know the truth. And we hope and we have faith that God has everything under control. So in conclusion for this short video, I think it's short. there is a conspiracy against anybody that supports Donald Trump. We have seen this over and over. The communists, the moment that one of their members turns and says, "Oh, wait a minute, that's not good for the American people. I got to do what's right." Traitor, fascist, bigot, racist, Nazi. They put all these names on them and they just throw them away like garbage. Interesting. We're watching. Old patriots are watching, patiently waiting, target practicing. It's not pretty. Deporting people that are illegal in this country, it's not pretty, but it's the law. And it's what brings order to this country. It's what makes us great, because it gives us freedoms that allow us to help others. But if we allow this illegal immigration, especially a mass illegal migration, it's really bad for us. Did you know that 21 million illegal immigrants counts for 36 states' population? Let that sink in there. We got 50 states. 21 illegal immigrants make up the population of 36 states. 32 to 34.
America,
you're going to lose your country. You're going to lose your country. Reach out to your elders. Wake them up. Explain to them that the Democratic Party no longer exists. They are communists. And they are using the elder, the mentally unstable, to do this protest.
Damn.
And you know what? We might get in trouble for speaking our mind and for telling the truth. But we have to tell the truth and hope that there's plenty of good people to bring back America to be great again. This is not a conspiracy theory. You see it evolving right before your eyes. Guys, if you've been watching, share this video.
Brah. I think I've been pretty consistent. This is not the time where I was doing lives yet. These are videos that I was making, before I got 50 subscribers. So I had less than 50 subscribers, okay? But the reason why I wanted to play, I continue to play it because I think it's funny that, there's a big difference on the way that I look. But where is the clip? I'm trying to find it. It's a very small clip, so. Right here. Here we go. If you wanted to see me without a hat, there you go. Now, I actually shaved my head, so the hair doesn't look that long right now. But check this out. And now I wanted to play this video because there is a part here about Melissa Hartman. I can guarantee you that most Democrats don't even know who she is. Okay? But Melissa Hartman did something that went against Democrat practices, and she was found dead 2 days later. Listen to the way she talks and how she's scared. This is the way that I did that video.
Something was going to happen. Here's a clip of Melissa.
Check this out.
Right away, he says, this is a political
wait. You got to listen
assassination.
To this.
Really? It's very important that we pass this bill.
Big, beautiful bill.
Well, I'm not going to talk about the big, beautiful bill any more than that. I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
What I am going to talk about is about Representative Melissa. I believe she was an attorney, if I remember reading it right. I think I need to prepare myself more with notes. I don't have notes to go after.
I still don't.
If you see me looking down, there's no notes. My brain just goes down there to try to think, to try to remember something that I knew I was going to say. So normally you'll see me going down this way. I'm thinking, everything is off script, and sometimes I'll find some articles that I will read off to you guys But everything that I tell you, it just comes from my heart, and it's just in my mind. So I'm just sharing you my opinion and what I see, what I have discovered. In Melissa what's her name?
Hortman.
I'm really horrible with names, guys. I apologize. Melissa Hortman, that has been assassinated. This is the reason why I'm making this video. Senator Tim Walz, comes out on a press conference.
Listen to this.
And right away, he says, this is a political assassination. Really? You know that already, huh? That was very quick. It must be the fastest Inspector Gadget I have ever seen in my life. You are one Sherlock Holmes, aren't you, Tim? Or is it that maybe you knew something was going to happen? Here's a clip of Melissa before she got killed. See what happens.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
It's very scary.
You have to understand. Tim said it was a political assassination. What you don't remember about when that happens is that person actually worked for Democrats and conveniently left a list of things that this person was going to do. She chose the Republican side and voted for it. Her voice was crackling. She was fearful. Thank you, brother. She was afraid for her life. She knew what was coming. If I can say anything about Melissa Hortman today, she did the right thing. And she paid the price. And the Democrats made her pay with her life. You don't hear any news about it. I bet you probably most of you don't even know what the hell I'm talking about with this video. But these are the things that I have been doing videos of. And eventually I got to 50 subscribers and I was able to start doing lives. Now this is a couple of months before I actually started doing my lives. This is a video. Let me see, what is it? Jesus has no problem with transgender. Okay, number one, first of all, Jesus died on the cross for everybody. Not to stay sinful, but to be able to repent for their sins. You don't want to do the unthinkable. If you choose to go a certain path, children are the inheritors of heaven. Jesus Christ warned everybody in one of his teachings. If you do anything to the innocent children, it will be better for you to not have been born. Let me just tell you that right now. Jesus Christ didn't come over here to tell you be transgender. That's not what he said. Homosexuality is an abomination. And any sexual perversion. Don't use the Bible quotes if you don't know what the Bible is about. Anyway, that's Melissa Hortman. I hope that you guys have some knowledge now from now on of who she is. I want to show you another clip, just one more clip from my list of videos that nobody watches. This one got 85 views. Check this out.
What happened with the Prime Minister today?
So this is MSNBC 13, right?
Listen to what they say, because this is the video that I said, I'm going to leave this right here, and I'm going to come back for it. Big Floyd in the house! How are you doing, sir? I don't know why I made that voice. When I think about Big Floyd, I think about this, I don't know, some sort of a gospel preacher guy, black dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Floyd is a big white guy. But but that's what came to mind. Martin Luther King. Check this out. This is the Trump to leave the G7 summit. Let me go ahead and minimize this so that you can see the whole thing. Look at the title on their video. Trump to leave G7 summit early. Check this out. I want you to pay attention to this video of the MSNBC 13, where they lie to your face and give you the false testimonies of our great President Trump. I still don't know why the voice comes out that way, but that's the way it comes out. All right, just watch the video here and listen to how the libtards think. This is the channels, the news that the libtards like to listen to. Check this out.
What happened with the Prime Minister today in Canada and how that conversation went with the President. You understand why this communique is coming out this evening that he's leaving early, because he did not like how that went down. He was put in his place, and he was one among many equals.
Yes. President Trump was put in his place, and he was among one of his equals, other world leaders. Oh, man, this guy, you can't make this shit up. See, this is why the Dennis Herrera show continues to grow. Slowly, but continues to grow, because we tell the truth. And I got a full year of videos to back up the truth. Go back and watch my videos. See how many times I contradict myself. I dare you. So Trump was among one of his equals, and he was put in his place. That is why President Trump left the G7 summit. Can you believe that? Let's take a listen. This is some great news.
And he doesn't like that. He right now thinks he's driving every conversation around the globe. And what he's realized in that moment is that these other partners that you just rightly laid up also have a say in this moment, whether it's economics or, as Simone noted, the broadening into the foreign policy space. How then do your colleagues deal with this childish behavior from a sitting president who can't stay in the room long enough to actually make the case, whatever that case is, but rather is peeved because he's not the center of attention, or that he is corrected by his peers because of his brutish behavior in other scenarios?
What do you think about that? Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Now, if you don't know when this video was made, I talked about this before. So today I get to show you that clip. The G7 summit happened last year when Trump was in the middle of talking with Iran. See, Trump left the G7 summit not because of what these morons say on the news. See, these guys are fucking idiots. This is the leftist legacy media who Democrats have used for many years to fearmonger the American people. And so it doesn't matter if they say that President Trump was a childish-like behavior and he left the G7 summit because he was put in his place by his equals, and that they also have a say. The reality of it is if I look at the comments on that video, let me go back.
What happened?
I put a comment on this video. Let me put a link here. I don't think the link works, but you can see the video there. I put a comment on here, and you can see the comment. 1 year ago, Trump left early because the G7 leaders showed who Trump really is. A bully and nothing else. No substance in Trump at all. Now, this is what some Margaret commented on the video, right? Now, I said, today I update you Democrats. Trump went to get ready to strike Iran. This is why you guys are ruining our country, because you can't think with common sense and can't stop your TDS. President Trump actually sent a couple of B-2 bombers to Guam as a distraction tactic, while our Air Force, our professional, beautiful military people, the Air Force pilots, destroyed, obliterated the nuclear facility of Iran. That's why he left the G7 summit early. But libtards, Karens, socialist, white guilt own morons, they thought that they were getting something on Trump. They didn't realize that Trump was going to kick some ass. And he had to leave this foolish G7 summit, waste of time. He had to go and tell our support our military, our Air Force, and tell them to go do what they got to do. That is the truth, and that is the facts of why he left the summit. I know this is not what libtards want to hear, but that is exactly what happens. Let's watch one more clip here.
That's what I'm going to call.
This is the Faulkner Focus, and there is a hatred is on full display. Let's take a listen.
Call it the whole thing, because it's watching momentum catch fire right now. After New York wins, the next test is tomorrow in Colorado. Incumbent Senator John Hickenlooper faces a challenge from Julie Gonzalez, a state senator aligned with socialists, and Melat Quiros is trying to unseat 15-term Democrat Congresswoman Diana DeGette. Critics say Quiros has crossed the line into Jewish hatred.
You've said that the October 7th massacre of Israeli civilians by Hamas fighters was the, quote, inevitable consequence of apartheid. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah. You know, I think identifying what's happened over the course of these events in Israel and Palestine is inevitable. Israel is a country that has been accused of apartheid and occupation for decades now, and has been able to resist any kind of change.
Yes, the liberal left has said for decades that is true. We see their hatred on full display. So far, there are only a handful of Democrats that publicly oppose the far-left agenda of the Democrat socialists. Wow. Others are talking up how inclusive the party is. Come on, socialists, it's warm.
I want us to be a Big Tent party. I think that it's actually a sign of a party that is alive and growing.
We are a Big Tent party focused on the ordinary concerns of everyday Americans.
We've got to have a Big Tent if we want a majority.
One of the things that makes the Democratic Party great is it's a Big Tent party. We need to stay that way.
Power panel now. Tiffany Smiley, former Republican Senate candidate in Washington and Endeavor PAC founder, and Richard Fowler, Fox News contributor. Great to have you both. Richard, what is it that your party likes about socialism right now?
I don't necessarily think it's a like. I think you have to really zoom in on the voters here.
Well, if you tolerate something, you celebrate
it. Hold on, wait. But Harris, remember, millions of people voted in New York, millions of people voted in Virginia, millions of people voted for in New Jersey, and they voted for a reason. They didn't vote because they were afraid of socialism. I think when us in the Beltway and in the media sort of land, we live in socialism of the 1960s, kids doing nuclear bomb raids. In today's America, kids are doing active shooter raids. We're seeing schools that are taking cuts. cuts. We're seeing schools that are taking closures. And for a lot of American voters, they're frustrated at the fact that in this building here in Washington, D.C., a block away from our bureau, they're not doing enough to address the real needs of everyday working Americans. The cost of health care, cuts happening in schools, the cost of rent, all being too high, and a Washington, both Democrats and Republicans, that are ignoring the real issues facing everyday Americans.
All right, you start with crime, you start with shooting and all of that, and I want to know, since abolishing police and prisons is something that is, I mean, it's just basic socialism from what Democrats are laying out who float that way. I want to know, how do you address some of the issues? I'm going to come to you, Tiffany. It just doesn't, it's not sensical. Like, how do you attack those things that he just mentioned by taking away the very apparatus that keeps them in place and makes them better?
Yeah, it makes no sense, and there are policies that they will not be able to deliver on. And you look at a lot of the crime is happening in blue cities. The Democrat Party is not a big tent party. They have been hijacked by the Democrat socialists, and we should never count out these Democrat socialists. Harris, what we are seeing in Colorado, what you just explained and laid out, is what I have been talking about for years now, this rise in anti-Semitism, and really candidates who are anti-America. They want to abolish police. They want to abolish ICE. They want no deportations. They want Medicare for all. They want free grocery stores. In New York, they want buses, and they're going to go faster. There is no way they will be able to deliver on this. And Richard, to your point, I have to ask, if Democrats are staying silent on this, does this mean that they agree? Does this mean that they are welcoming into their party?
Allow me to answer that by taking contention with the point that you made at the top. You said that there's all this crime happening in blue cities. That's apropos to the facts.
Well, there's crime happening all over the country because people migrate, things happen all over.
But
what
whether
I'm
it's
saying
in
is
Chicago,
you need police, whether it's in
Baltimore,
Arkansas or
you're actually
California.
seeing
You need
a record low in
immigration
crime
customs.
back to 1968. The murder rate in Baltimore is lower now than it was in 1968. Same for Chicago, same for New York, same for Washington, D.C. Blue cities where you see blue communities, black and brown people coming together and solving the crime in their cities. If that's what Tiffany's scared of, I don't understand why.
Socialist policies
I don't understand
that are
why.
causing the rise in crime
Murders
in
are
these
down.
cities.
Crime is down.
Not going to work.
Crime is down, though.
So when you go to Chicago and you see the number of young people in particular who were shot in these crimes, dozens of them in a weekend, over and over and over.
But crime
I'm not
is down
saying it
precipitously
only
in
because it's a
Chicago.
blue city. I let you talk. I'm not saying it's only because it's a blue city. It's in America. We're red, white, and blue. We don't want it to happen anywhere.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told me personally as he was running, and has said so since, as president of the United States for a second time, crime is something that he's focused on in keeping Americans safe.
Harris,
He'll go to New
I can't
York.
agree with
He'll
you
go
more.
wherever he wants to go to help, and wherever people will have that help.
I can't agree with you more,
So
and we should be willing to
it isn't just because
commend
it's happening,
Brandon
but Chicago
Scott
is
and
a
Brandon
prime
Johnson
example
and Zoran
of
Mamdani
where
for decreasing
I
crime because
literally
their
let you
policies
talk.
are working.
Seattle.
Okay.
Look at Seattle.
Wow. And you live in Washington, so you know.
Richard.
The crime is down in all those cities.
Tiffany, go ahead.
Precipitously down.
Yeah, I think there's a bigger issue at play. So these candidates who are taking over the party, they want to abolish police, they want to abolish ICE. They also, some of them have even said that murderers shouldn't even have to go to prison. No deportations. Doesn't matter if you're illegal, doesn't matter if you're a murderer, no deportations. They're playing on the emotions. And they're trying to talk about policies that they will never be able to deliver on. Or if they do get a foothold, it will destroy our cities from the inside out. We know that socialism does not work. It actually will harm more people than it benefits.
All right. I'll meet you anytime in Chicago, Richard, and we can pray for the victims
When we could take the mayor.
Sorry, I was muted there. Like, I don't know what it is about the people on the left with the left mentality. I don't understand, but they're all the same. Fuck Happy Pride Month. This is my month. It's Dennis's birthday, President Trump's birthday, and Veterans Month. No Pride Month. Get your demon ass out of my chat. Gays for Trump, but LGBTQ is a piece of shit. With that being said, it is the same answer over and over. Listen to this. You talk to a libtard on the street calling Trump a fascist. The guy, Francisco, says to the lady, the libtard, the socialist white guilt Karen, he says, how can you say that if you've never met Trump? Her answer is, have you not listened to the news? Check. There is a libtard being and making a blog on the reflective pool. They're looking at the water. It looks good. So he asked the libtard, male Karen, white guilt socialist, and says, well, doesn't the pool look better? He said, no, it looks worse. Are you blind? He's like, no, I'm looking at it. It looks better. He says, have you not listened to the news? Okay, Washington, D.C. They fake the numbers, the crime rate numbers. We all know this. They faked the numbers. They did that in Chicago. They did that in Minnesota. They do that in New York, as they did in Washington, D.C. They faked the data on crimes. The chief of police of D.C. was fired because of that. So what I find very interesting is you have this libtard, fake-ass Democrat, and they don't know that these other Democrat cities and states have been faking the crime rate numbers. How is it possible that people can see that and continue to believe the lie? We just saw recently all these black and Hispanic, all kinds of teens just taking over the city, freely committing crime anywhere in New York. But crime is down because the stat says crime is down. Forget somebody's getting mugged and somebody's getting beat up and somebody's, rioting. Forget about all that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you see. It doesn't matter. Crime rate is down, they say. Bullshit. It's not. They give them fake numbers. It is crazy that people still want to be loyalists to a party, and it doesn't matter how many people get hurt. They continue to double down and triple down on their lies. It is crazy. It is crazy. Unbelievable. Let's watch some CNN, guys. Let's watch some CNN. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. We're going to watch some CNN. Quiet. I don't want to hear it. CNN is going to play.
Democratic discontent. People in the party not so happy with the party, including its leaders. Listen to Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
We need new leadership in the White House, the House, and the Senate, and on both sides of the aisle. That includes Democrats. If people can't understand that the game has fundamentally changed and they can't adapt, then they need to let others lead.
With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Herrera. That's pretty direct there. We need new leadership in the Senate, says a Democratic senator. They have a Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, right?
They have a Democratic leader in the Senate in Chuck Schumer, but I think Alyssa Slotkin is channeling Democratic voters on this one because it's no longer the overall electorate that doesn't like Chuck Schumer. Look at this change among Democrats themselves. Chuck Schumer's net favorable rating with Dems now versus the last time Democrats were going for that Senate majority. In early 2020, look at this. Chuck Schumer was 40 points above water, very much on the positive side of the ledger with Democrats. Look at this. Look at this change. This is not Johnny B off on the side going, my goodness gracious. Now he's a point underwater.
Wow. Man, look at that. Will you just look at it? Just look at it. Well, look at that. Just look at it. Look at it. Just take a look. Wow. What? Just look at it. Let's continue.
With Democrats, Chuck Schumer isn't unpopular overall. He is that. He's not just that. He's actually not popular with Democrats. Alyssa Slotkin, who's a moderate Democrat, her comments not coming out of left field.
Again, to be clear, this is among Democrats.
What'll piss me off too much last time? I don't say hello to him anymore.
It's among Democrats where Chuck Schumer is struggling.
All right, how's he doing among Democrats?
Now I just wait for him to give me an excuse to block his ass.
It's in New York, his home state.
Yeah, you think that this number is bad. What about here in his home state of New York? I tell you, these numbers scream primary challenge 2 years from now. Look at this. Okay, New York Dems who view Chuck Schumer favorably. Again, in early 2020, it was 75%, 3 in 4 Democrats. Now it is less than half. Less than half of Democrats in Chuck Schumer's home state of New York, 47% who view him favorably. This is part of a larger picture in which Democrats are turning against their leadership. They are specifically turning against Chuck Schumer. He is actually underwater nationally with Democrats, and even in his own home state of New York, the Empire State, he can't even reach 50% favorable rating with Democrats.
One of the ways this has manifested itself over the last few weeks is a little bit of a leftward lurch and a rise of progressive Democrats, democratic socialists. We have primaries in Colorado tomorrow. And the potential for some surprises there. I should tell people the incumbent Republican Senator Michael Bennet.
Some of you guys know what that means. Just look at it. Some of you know what that is.
Incumbent Democratic Senator
I know it's so
Michael
difficult
Bennet
because the numbers are so bad.
I was trying to say the R is running for governor there.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people thought that Bennet would go from the Senate to the governor's mansion pretty easily.
Yeah, that's what the thought was. He was leading in all the early polls, but he had a challenger in Phil Weiser, the attorney general in that state. And look at how these odds have changed. Look at how these odds have changed. Michael Bennet at the beginning of this month, look at this, 82% chance to win according to the Kalshi prediction market. Phil Weiser, just a 21% chance. These numbers have totally flip-flopped. Now it is Phil Weiser who's actually the favorite heading into tomorrow. Michael Bennet, who of course is a longtime senator from the great state of Colorado, is an underdog running for governor. This is how toxic the Democratic brand in Washington, D.C. is, and Chuck Schumer in particular.
And there's a 30-year Democratic incumbent, Diane DeGette, who could be in some trouble there.
It could be in trouble. She is in trouble. I mean, this could be another one for the Democratic Socialists. Look at this. The chance that Mila Kuros is the Dem nominee for Colorado won. Again, at the beginning of the month, it was 41%. Now it is a 78% chance that another Democratic Socialist knocks off an incumbent. Another Democratic Socialist wins a House primary on the Democratic side. The Democratic Socialist number is rising on the Democratic side on the House of Representatives.
You know what I find interesting? It's that there's people complaining about a lot of Indians taking a lot of jobs from Americans in Texas. Remember that call yesterday? If you were with me on the live yesterday, you remember that call? That guy that was talking, I think it was Cole, what's his name? Oh my God, I can't remember his name. Coloni? I can't remember his name. But that he was talking about Texas. They have all these Indians, taking all these American jobs, etc. And thank you, Robert. And I find that interesting because look at all these people that want to run for Congress, senators, mayors, governors. They're Indian. They're Muslims. There is a reason for that. It's not coincidence. Look at it. Just look at it. Like for real, this time, for real. Just look at it. And that's the way it is. It is no coincidence. It is no coincidence that they bring a lot of illegal immigrants because they can hide the voter rolls. They can hide their fraud. And I don't understand why they get away with it, but doggone it, the truth will come out eventually. We just got to be patient. And Weddle, all right, if it's not you, brother, forgive me. But you notice I didn't kick you out, so you know I'm giving you the benefit of doubt, all right?
In large part because the Washington, D.C. Democratic brand is toxic. Not just with voters overall, but with the Democratic base in particular. It is a whole new world, and we'll likely see that tomorrow in Colorado as well. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see.
Stay tuned. More on this to come.
The populism movement that helped give rise to Trump and MAGA is now apparently taking over the Democratic Party establishment. Liberals are in shock after a wave of wins by socialists all across America, whether in mayoral races or in House primaries.
Understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. I'm done. I'm not in a political party.
Socialists are socialists. They should form their own party. They try to crash our party, the Democratic Party.
We have literally found ourselves in a situation where we just don't have people who understand the moment and understand what leadership means.
It is one of those moments where it feels like, we're in the shoehorn phase of this thing where all of the plot lines are converging. And it's also at the same time upside down world in which, Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly are throwing Trump under the bus, and the Democratic Party is infighting with itself. Is this just where we are 10 years into, this new era of Trump and Trumpism?
I mean, I think the Democratic Party is ripe for this to happen. I honestly, this is exhausting. I think that the people are trying to tell the Democratic establishment, the Democratic leadership over and over again, that they want to have representatives who represent them and not billionaires and not lobbyists and not centrist, middle of the aisle people, that they're watching what's happening to their country, they don't like it, and they're looking for fighters. So if the fighters happen to come from the Democratic Socialist team when they're in New York, if they happen to come from somewhere else when they're in Virginia, then those are the people that people are going to vote for. And I think the Democratic establishment is freaking out, but I don't think the Democratic voter is. I think the Democratic voter is quite excited that we're finally seeing people with a fight. And I think that it's not far left, this idea that it's far left for us to have some form of universal health care. That's not far left. We're having the World Cup right now. Every single country in the World Cup has universal health care except us. That's not a far left position. That's a pretty general world position. It's not far left to be able to say, I want to work a job and be able to afford a place to live and food. It's not far left, right, to say that you want to stay home.
It's okay to want those socialist things. As I had a conversation with Brian, I told him, I said, I'm all about giving help to the people that need it and free healthcare and all this other stuff, but you can't do that on socialism. You got to do that on capitalism. That's the only thing that has worked in our country, and this is why the world is jealous of us. You can't be stupid and try to fix stupid. There's no cure for stupid.
Home with your baby when they're born and take care of them and have paid family leave and affordable school when they are grown up. That's not far left. That is pretty standard for the rest of the world.
It's sure, but those are not the positions I think necessarily causing these people to be characterized as far left. It's a lot of the other stuff.
What other stuff?
Let's eliminate prisons.
Let's eliminate prisons. Let's seize.
There's a lot of other stuff, and frankly, some of it is
let's say what they
random.
are. Let's seize the property from landowners, quote unquote. Let's eradicate America, quote unquote. Let's bring violence to America's streets, quote unquote. This is not me just making this up. This is in writing, and these are the candidates who are winning elections in this country, and it's not just New York City.
No, it's not candidates. You're naming 3 candidates, but you're particularly naming the words from one
Chris
candidate.
Rabb, who said that Zionists did the Bondi Beach massacre. He's in Pennsylvania. Let's do Graham Plattner, who has said a lot of things, including the fact that I am a communist, quote unquote, in writing. This is a national phenomenon now on the left. And one of the things that I see now from Democrats, and I love that montage, there are a lot of Democrats who are trying to push back and take their party back. But I see Cory Booker, I see Chris Van Hollen, I see Chris Murphy making their accommodations with their new socialist overlords and saying, listen, this is where the party is going to go. So yeah, if they were going to show...
He shut her ass up. The white guilt socialist Karen on CNN can only laugh in disbelief that she was just cooked. Maybe I'll watch some CNN again.
any backbone, any instinct towards self-preservation, they would have looked at the DSA when it attacked the Democratic National Committee in November of 2023 violently. Representative from Illinois, Sean Casten, said we were rescued by police and it could have been much worse. If the Democratic Party had any instinct to self-preservation, they would have said, listen, these people want to do us physical harm. They do not belong in our party. You're comfortable with it. I wouldn't be. They're coming for you too.
Wow.
We'll get everybody together on.
We already watched that clip. I do have one more, but Scott has delivered major ruling on mail-in ballots. I don't know if you guys have heard that yet. I haven't. I've been here streaming with you guys live on the Dennis Herrera Show. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for hitting that like button. If you have missed the first, I don't know how many hours of this live today, I recommend that you go and rewind the live or watch it later at another time. But I want to say really so much thank you, guys, for being here with me, supporting my channel, and helping me deliver the truth out there to the American people. Party people. Woo, there it is. Woo, there it is. Man, you know what? If I drink just a little bit of alcohol, maybe I should have like a little Red Bull and vodka. You know what I'm saying? A little Red Bull and vodka ready here. Now, I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you guys some insight. In the future, I'm just joking. But in the future, I am going to make sure that I have a studio made where people can smoke. I'm going to have some great ventilation. Some air purifiers. I'm going to make some investments. Air purifiers, some great ventilation system, a nice AC system in there. And I'm going to allow people to smoke on my live show. You know what I'm saying? I will invite people to come over to the studio. I can have my vodka and Red Bull. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, it's going to be a blast. Be able to smoke my cigar, etc. Who knows? Bill Maher, just invite me over to your show so that we can talk some shit together. I am sure that after a couple of shots, we are going to get along just fine. You know what I'm saying? Big Floyd. Big Floyd in the house. Thank you for your support, kind sir. I don't know. I think that might be Big Floyd's little voice that I'm going to make from now on. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Happy spirits authorized, says Don Mitch. I'm gonna tell you something. I might have to bring some crazy ass veterans like Don Mitch to come into a studio live in the near future when we have the funds to be able to create a studio where we can just lounge and chill and have more space so that we can talk. I'm telling you, man, we can have a great show. It's going to be uncensored. Obviously, it's for adults, etc. But, we're going to make sure that we have live videos and then also just videos in general to share. I think that a lot of people are going to be more than happy to come on the show and that we can just have a good time. Listen, I know the libtards think that I do this only because of Trump. It's not about Trump. He's the president today. I support him. I think he's doing a great job. But it's about putting America first every single time. So the show is not going to die just like that. And besides, when you think about it, thank you, Dennis family, for the super chat. Yeah, thank you, guys. I don't know, man. It's like, like Rodney King said, right? Remember that beating that they gave him in L.A.? And then Rodney King said, can't we all just get along? He was right. That is the right question. Why can't we all just get along? I'm going to tell you, man, I see support from the Navajo Nation, Cherokee Nation, Comanche Nation. Can you believe that? From the Crow Nation. Oh, man, I got a bunch of people who are just mutts, just like me. And we just have all of this Native American mix, with all types of European and Hispanics and all this other stuff. And it's just fantastic to have. I'm telling you, why can't we just focus on laughter? Let's talk politics, you know what I'm saying? Let's continue to scratch heads and do what we're doing. But I think maybe I'm being selfish, but I would like to have people, I would like to have a live, with people and just be able to smoke. You can smoke your cigarette. No weed, no illegal drugs, not even marijuana. Sorry about that, some of you guys who are on marijuana, medicinal marijuana. No marijuana. I hate that fucking smell. It makes me want to throw up. I know. I'm a hypocrite because I do smoke cigars once in a while, not all the time, once in a while. But that's just like a thing that we can do. You know what I'm saying? Like you can smoke your cigarette, have a drink. I think that's pretty chill, pretty cool. And I think Bill Maher does that with his guests, except he does illegal drugs in there as well. And I will not do that. So, but anyway, let me just go ahead and get this clip out. This is breaking. Scottish delivers major ruling on mail-in ballots. Let's take a listen. I don't know what it is. Let's take a listen and see what this thing is all about.
Some breaking news. U.S. Supreme Court, a decision is now in on a challenge led by Republicans to late arriving ballots in elections. Shannon Bream has the ruling. She's got the news and the headline now from the U.S. Supreme Court.
Let's go.
Shannon.
What you got, Shannon?
All right, guys, this is not a win for Republicans who were challenging this. Mississippi has a state law which allows ballots to be counted, mail-in ballots after Election Day if they come in, they're postmarked, and meet the state requirements, but is a 5-4 loss for Republicans. And an interesting cobbling together of who wrote on this. Justice Barrett wrote the opinion. Justice Roberts joined her along with Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. So those 5 stuck together on this. The dissent comes from Justice Alito. Thomas Gorsuch and Kavanaugh join him. And essentially what the majority said is that these federal statutes setting Election Day don't prescribe or they don't stand in conflict with states that want to say, okay, we have a procedure to count ballots after Election Day. Justice Alito, writing for the dissent, says today's decision is inconsistent with the terms of the Election Day statutes, contemporary election law principles, 2 centuries of historical practice, and the case law on the question presented. So if you're a state out there that counts ballots after Election Day based on your state law, that state law will stand. We wait on more opinions now, guys. More to come.
So, Shannon, that means, for example, in California, where it takes them forever to count ballots, this doesn't help that situation at all, right?
It does not, because basically they're deferring to the states on when they can count those ballots after Election Day. They say the federal statute may set Election Day, but these states that have allowed for procedures outside of that and the way that they collect and how and when they collect those ballots, those state laws are going to be good. Mississippi was the state here, but yes, this will apply to places like California as well.
Shannon, I've learned from you that you go to the dissent first. Have you had time to do that? And if so, what did the justices who disagreed with this rule? What did they find?
Well, yeah. So Justice Alito leads them with Thomas Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, and they just say, Alito says, there's a situation here in which it doesn't comply, he thinks, with our understanding. And remember, during the actual arguments on this case, he said we have Election Day. The word means something like you would say birthday or Independence Day. It's that day. He said things should be consummated by Election Day. That was his argument. So not surprising that he is the one writing the dissent. He was the most vocal during the argument, but he says it just doesn't comport with the law as he understands it. And he's got 3 who agree with him, but you need more than that. So again, it was Justices Barrett and Justices Barrett and Roberts who joined with the 3 liberal justices for this loss for Republicans challenging this Mississippi count.
Got it. Okay, we get more, right?
Yeah, we could get more, right?
Don't go
more
anywhere, Shannon,
yeah,
right?
More.
Wait, I don't know. I must have missed it. I had a lip turn moment. I didn't pay attention. What the hell did they say? Did they say that they can continue to count late votes? That didn't make sense to me. That didn't make sense to me. I don't know what the hell that is. I have to go look into it more. Because Trump's done with Nightmare Day at Supreme Court. Legal and political news update on this channel. Well, we're not going to have time to all that shit. Socialist surge exposed for tearing Democrats apart. No. That's not what I want. I want to listen. Let me see. This is a day ago. Don't want that. Fraud mastermind caught in Somalia. Oh, boy. The Somali pirates, bro. They're all going to get caught. Let me see. Did I say that right? Well, so much for us being able to try to turn California red. Yeah. So I thought it sounded like it was like a win, but then the way that she said it, it sounded more like they are going to allow the states to continue to harbor ballots and count them late. That's crazy. That's not a win. I don't know what the hell she was smoking when she put that title on there. But let me see. What else do we got? Do we got anything else today? Oh, that's right. There is a channel that keeps... No, not that one. There's a channel that keeps popping up. And, of course, it just keeps teasing me because it is a live view of Waikiki, Hawaii, where I was homeless in Hawaii. Thanks to Mr. Mikey, I was able to get a hotel for 3 days. Let me see. Yeah, Mr. Mikey dropped down $1,000 for me when I was in Hawaii, and I appreciate that. Oh, that's sad. We finally did it. Big changes around our Hawaii home. No, it's just a blog. All right, guys. Well, hey, listen. Does anybody have any questions on the chat? For all of you guys who know me and have been with me for almost a year now, thank you so much for your support. Let me see if the mail is dated up to election date. So the only problem that I had with the mail-in ballots is that they were taking these mail-in ballots with the date of the election, but they were handwritten. It's not like it was a stamp officially received on the election day. It's like you literally can write the date by hand. That should not be allowed. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be something to dismantle this fraud that is very obviously happening. And, you know, this is the thing that I'm saying about Democrats, you know, that they get away with hiding their criminality. And what can we do? We really don't. There's really not much we can do. So I hope that the DOJ gets tougher, ignores these dumb allegations, that investigating political figures is not weaponizing the government. It is actually doing what the people want. Interestingly enough, they want to sue and investigate Trump, the administration, his family, and everything. And they want FBI, CIA. They want everybody. They did everything with the Biden administration. And now they want to complain that we are doing the same thing. We thought that it was okay to do, but they didn't find anything. Now it's our turn. It is our turn to use all the resources of every single department that was created to protect the American people. And I believe that President Trump, the administration, the FBI, CIA, all the attorney generals do the same thing that was being done during the Biden administration. Guys, thank you so much for your support, for your love. You know, it's tough to sit here and do this job with all these libtards on the chat. But thank you for being here. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I will see you guys on the next one. Peace.